Do I was asking if we're still doing executive session.
Yeah, but I think Skip's gonna do
Yeah, he's
comments
changing
first.
it around. We're doing 2 executive sessions, but they'll be at the same time.
Okay.
And he's gonna put them up, he's gonna put it up at the end. Yeah, let public comment go first.
Go first.
Welcome, everyone. Certainly glad to see everybody here. This is the City Council work session, Monday, March the 11th, 2024. And the roll call is all of the council members and the mayor are present, along with our attorney and city manager and our financial guru as well. We're going to get around to approving the agenda in just a second, but I need a motion, please, to right below the executive session in number 10, we need to add that executive session will be for litigation and also a real estate matter. So could I have a motion from someone, since I can't make a motion?
Amend the agenda for executive session.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second? Okay, we have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. The agenda is adjusted, and now we need a motion to approve the agenda. Got a motion? Got a second? Okay, got a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, agenda is approved. And we will head in now to the Planning and Zoning Committee report. But first, I want to give Paul Rosenthal, the city attorney, an opportunity to share with you the way these planning and zoning changes go. Paul?
Thank you, Mayor. So staff will come and read the report on behalf of Ms. Lisa, or she can read it. But just want to clarify for everybody that, you know, how public hearings go so that we can have as clean of an evening as we can. We have 2 cases this evening, but they relate to the same property or the same project request. So with agreement of the applicant, we're going to hear those together rather than hear them as 2 separate, because they're essentially the same matter. There's an opportunity first for the applicant to be heard. The applicant in favor, of course, their request. Then after that, so we'll open the public hearing. I'll be the timekeeper to make sure we keep up track of time. Our zoning ordinance allows for a reasonable amount of time for matters to be handled, so long that both parties have essentially equal time and no less than 10 minutes of time. So the order of process will be as follows. The applicant will be given an opportunity to present their case. After the applicant has presented their case, then anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of the application can then also come up and speak. Then after those in favor of the application have had an opportunity to speak, then those in opposition to the matter may speak. And then at the end, if there is what we call remaining time left for the applicant to present rebuttal information, then they can present that rebuttal information. Then at that time, I'll close the public hearing on your behalf. And so my ask for the council this evening to kind of keep it clean is hold all your questions until the public hearing is closed. And after the public hearing is closed, then you can ask as many questions as you want of the applicant or anyone else in the audience if you like, or staff, et cetera. So we'll hear from Robbie on just what the actual application is. And then we'll open the public hearing, hear from the applicant first, then those in favor, then those against, then rebuttal from the applicant. Then we'll close the public hearing and allow y'all to ask any and all questions that you want. And then also, just so that the Public knows there's no action taken on this matter. Tonight is the public hearing. The vote will be on Thursday at your regularly called meeting back here in council chambers at 6:30.
Okay, we would also ask if there's a group of folks from the same locations, basically, that you have a spokesperson, just for your time and for the council's time. But with that said, Robbie?
Don't matter, go ahead.
All right, so I'll go ahead and read both the case numbers in for the record. Case number R24-005, the Revive Land Group filed an application requesting to rezone approximately 11.602 acres located at 246 Line Street, Loganville, Georgia. Map parcel number LG 0400062. The property owner is Lock and Roll Storage, LLC. The current zoning is Mobile Home Park, and the requested zoning is RM6 with the proposed development of fee simple townhomes. Second case is case number R24-006. The Revive Land Group filed an application requesting to rezone approximately 4.981 acres located at 234 Line Street, Loganville, Georgia. Map and parcel number LG 0400063. The property owner is Ronald Clifford Peeler. The current zoning is light industrial, and the requested zoning is RM6 with the proposed development of a fee simple townhome. At this time, the staff recommendation was approval with conditions. The Planning Commission recommendation was also for approval with conditions, and I'll read those in right now. The Planning Commission voted 4-2 to approve the rezone with the following conditions. They require a second driveway along Lawrenceville Road that will serve as an emergency access point that will be gated and locked with a Knox box subject to GDOT approval. Widen the roadway on Line Street, creating a dedicated left turn and right turn lanes for no fewer than 5 cars attempting to turn onto Lawrenceville Road subject to GDOT approval. Installation of an 8-foot chain link fence between the townhomes and abutting residential parcels located at 4077 and 4125 Lawrenceville Road and along the property line of 4075 Lawrenceville Road to the stream buffer. Nothing is to be done within the sewer easement or stormwater ponds access easement. And this is subject to review by planning before the issuance of a development permit. Ensure that the HOA is responsible for limiting the number of townhomes that can be rented to 15% of the total project at any given point in time, and to create a covered pavilion in one of the common areas of the project. Since the Planning Commission meeting, there's been 2 other issues that have been brought up that staff has would like to amend the conditions to add these on. Prior to construction of each townhome, the building pads shall be evaluated by a licensed geotechnical engineer to determine if the allowable soil bearing pressure is adequate for the type of foundation proposed. Geotechnical engineer's evaluation summary shall be submitted along with each building permit application and building foundation design. The geotechnical engineer must evaluate each footing excavation prior to steel reinforcement or concrete placement. Conditions observed during inspection should be compared to the foundation design requirements and verified by the geotechnical engineer. And the next condition is per 6.4.3 of the development regulations, all dead-end streets designed to have one end permanently closed shall provide a cul-de-sac turnaround. And those are the conditions.
So at this time, we'll open up the public hearing on both of these rezone requests being considered together, R24-005 and R24-006. Is the applicant here that would like to speak to this? Good evening.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Melody Glauton with Anderson Tate & Carr, 1960 Satellite Boulevard in Duluth. It is my privilege to be here this evening on behalf of the applicant, the Revive Land Group. As you can see, we do have a slideshow for you this evening, and we are excited to walk you through this proposed development. Before we get started with regard to the actual project, though, just some additional information we'd like to provide with regard to this development. The City of Loganville Comprehensive Plan recently indicated, obviously, that the city has a current population of about 14,000 and has anticipated that that population will increase by 1,200 by the year 2026. Also, it highlighted that the median age is now 36.8 and will grow to 37.5 over the next 5 years. For those reasons, obviously, we believe that a variety of housing types, which townhomes would also provide, is critical to the strategy in terms of revitalizing the downtown and for bringing some economic development projects to the city. Again, you can see here, these are just highlights from your own comprehensive plan, and there was a survey associated with that comprehensive plan, that the vast majority that were surveyed do not want downtown to stay in its current state. They are seeking revitalization and economic development projects here in the city. Also, the majority of those citizens that were surveyed stated that Loganville should allow owner-occupied townhomes to support the redevelopment of downtown. One of the things, obviously, with the housing market that it is today, we are seeing that home prices are continuing to increase. And quite frankly, that's due to the lack of supply. So this project that we'll talk about in more detail in just a minute would be another opportunity to provide additional housing units for the citizens and also assist with the revitalization of downtown. Again, what we know is that the population is increasing, and you can see that there are about almost 300,000 more people in Gwinnett and Walton County combined. So we anticipate that if we do not address this situation in terms of the housing, that it will continue to exacerbate the problem that we have today. So with regard to this particular project, again, this is a rezoning application for a 16.58 acre parcel. It's an assemblage of land that is located at 246 and 234 Line Street. You're obviously very familiar with that location. It's just west of the intersection of Loganville Highway. Again, we have two parcels here. We do have frontage on Loganville Highway as well as Line Street. And it has two separate zoning classifications, which I think is important to note. We have the manufactured home park, which is the MHP classification, and the L1, which is light industrial. So what's important to realize in this request is that this is essentially what we refer to as a down zoning. Your MHP and your industrial specifically, those are very intense zoning classifications that allow, just as permitted as use by right, some very intense uses. So the request to go to residential is considered a down zoning in this particular case. Again, we are asking for RM6 for 93 units. This site, again, as I just mentioned, we have two different zoning classifications. So this would be a consistent zoning classification across both of those parcels. What's interesting to note is that there is an RM8 zoning classification that is just south of us on Line Street. So we are surrounded by industrial and residential uses. And this slide here that you see this evening, this shows that the average home size with regard to the properties that are around this site are approximately 1,800, which is consistent entirely with the request that we are bringing this evening. What you also see is that 9 of the 11 adjacent homes are rental. And as you know, just from our application and from the Planning Commission hearing, this is proposed to be a fee simple, what we call owner occupied. So these will be homes that are for sale. They will not be for rent. And in fact, the applicant has agreed to the 15% rental cap that is included in those proposed conditions. So here is our site plan with regard to this particular project. Again, you can see that the site is surrounded by industrial and residential uses. We believe this is an excellent opportunity for what we call a transitional zoning. So you have commercial and industrial uses down to a medium density zoning classification. It's a transition also from that surrounding single family detached that we have in the community as well. With regard to this project, the townhomes, again, they are a minimum of 1,800 square feet. They will have 2-car garages, and as you saw on the prior slide, that is entirely consistent and compatible with the surrounding uses. I know that it can be difficult to see these slides when they're this small, but again, this is our site plan. We are proposing that we have an entrance on Line Street, and then also we are in agreement with the recommendation from staff and planning and the fire department that we have an entrance onto Loganville Highway. That is designed as a fire department access only, so it would not be able to be utilized but for emergency situations. Again, these are more, you can see the entrance onto Line Street and with regard to this. So we had some feedback at the Planning Commission hearing, and that was specifically the request to try to incorporate some amenities into this development. We are happy to accommodate that request. There will be included a covered pavilion for the residents to enjoy in a centralized located area. We have also included some additional amenities such as an outdoor fire pit area. There will also be space for bocce ball and cornhole. And with regard to the proposed elevations, you can see here this evening that these would be constructed with a variety of architectural elements. You would have brick or stacked stone, board and batten, again, consistent with the area, and would be an excellent addition to the city's housing stock. We did include some additional, just some streetscape renderings, which I think is an opportunity for you to see how this development is intended to be outlined, and it will have mature landscaping and those types of features. You can see the fire pit sort of there in the front of that green space. And I do have Mr. Neville Allison here this evening from the Revive Land Group. He is happy to also add some additional information with regard to this project. So these are all in your packets that you have this evening. We are in agreement with the staff recommended conditions, the Planning Commission recommended conditions. We would ask for the condition on the chain link fence to be revised to a privacy fence. We have no objection to including a fence, but obviously, you know, it's very unusual that you see a chain link fence around a community. We believe that there are other elements that could be provided that would be architecturally pleasing and would be compatible with the community and the other residential communities as well. With that, you know, what I would highlight is, again, this is a down zoning. We are consistent with the city's comp plan. We are also consistent with the survey that was conducted of the citizens here in Loganville with regard to their desire to see revitalization in downtown and no objection to owner-occupied townhomes. We have staff support and Planning Commission support. We would respectfully request your approval of this rezoning. And with that, I'm going to have Mr. Neville Allison speak some more. Thank you.
Good evening. Neville Allison, 3500 Lennox Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30326. I'm the managing partner of the Revive Land Group. It's my pleasure to be here before you this evening. I think Melody did a great job kind of giving an overview of our project. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the nuances that we had here. You can see our digital renderings with the product, but I want to go backwards a little bit, if everyone doesn't mind, and just kind of talk about I'm glad I'm not in the liquor store business or the landfill business. Those are pretty controversial elements to enter into a municipality. We're in the housing business. We're trying to create shelter for folks, affordable, quality housing. And, one of the biggest things that isn't there in Loganville today is enough new houses. That's evidenced through your comp plan. That's evidenced through your aging population that's shown there in your demographic. To support new commercial and vitalization of the downtown, it takes rooftops. That is a fact. Your own consultants, the Sizemore Group, there's a great link on your website, right on the splash page for the city of Loganville, outlined the need for housing to support the redesign of downtown. One of the things that I found really interesting with that report is 1,200 feet from this site on City of Loganville property, the Sizemore Group, along with input from City Council and the stakeholders of Loganville, recommended 82 residential units on 5 acres. That's a density of 16 units per acre, 1,200 feet from this site. I just think that's a really important thing to take into consideration. City feels like 16 units per acre is appropriate on their own property, and I think that plays a factor on what the city should think what's appropriate on private land 1,200 feet away. Melody touched again on price and price escalation. I think everybody can agree that everything has gotten less affordable over the last couple of years. Inflation is a hot topic. You can't open a news article without reading about it. Some people in this room may feel like, well, that's housing. Housing pricing has gone up, and that doesn't affect me because I already have a house. I'm not looking for another house, so why does it matter? And I would bring to you that it matters on 2 fronts. One, what about our children? What about the next generation that's here now that doesn't have a house? What about our service people that we're trying to hire in a municipality? Our teachers, our firefighters, our police officers, our EMTs, all the people that Loganville wants to come work for them, but we're not going to provide them housing. They can live somewhere else and drive into Loganville, but they can't live here. Turning down new housing is the message that sends. The other part of that is, even if you don't care about where house prices go or where interest rates on new homes go, it's really important to realize that one of the biggest economic triggers for inflation is the housing market, shelter costs. And what that means is that when the Fed looks at the price of sheltering continuing to rise, they're going to keep interest rates high, trying to slow down the economy. That means credit card rates, HELOC rates, car payments, any sort of debt that you have out there is going to be affected by high interest rates that's directly affected by the supply and demand rule. If you don't have a large supply of something, it's going to cost more. It's economics 101. With that, I also just want to point out lastly, and I apologize for going long because we definitely want the opportunity for rebuttal, but we've listened along the way. We came in and we had early meetings with staff before we submitted about this project. We got input from staff along the way on, hey, your road widths need to be wider, redesign it that way. Hey, 1 entrance, even though it meets code, we'd really like to see 2. So we worked with them on the emergency access only. Even as late as Planning Commission, we heard, hey, I know you've got some green space here, but it'd be nice if you did some more amenities for the residents. So we came up with the covered pavilion, and we've programmed each pocket park within the subdivision for the bocce ball courts, the cornhole, and the community fire pit. So we've really tried to listen to what everyone has asked of us. We've heard a lot of noise on different things with the development, everything from, well, what about your lights shining in on the adjacent neighbors when they pull out of the driveway? Well, we took a closer look at that, and here on this slide, to the image to the right is our entrance. We line that up with the existing houses across the street, and our entrance is actually right in between them. And so it shines in on what's some large shrubs and trees right now in between the driveways of the two houses. So our entrance doesn't actually shine into folks. We care about this development. We're doing our best to make it as high quality as possible while still filling the need within the marketplace. With that, we'd like to save the rest of the time for our rebuttal and answer any questions you guys have. I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear in the public hearing if there's anyone that would like to speak in favor of this request. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this request? And I probably didn't state this, but if everybody just provide their name and address for the record before they speak.
Hi, I'm Bill Williams, 521 Georgia Circle. I believe we need to progress our community, and this subdivision is a very good example of that. We need to not be the people next door who nobody wants anything. We need businesses to help our downtown. You talk to everybody, they want a steakhouse. Well, without a return of investment, we're not going to get those things. So we need to, pop our head out of our shell every once in a while and let things happen around us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this request, in favor of the rezone request on Line Street?
Good evening, City Council Mayor Keith Colquitt, 720 Hunters Lane. I'd like to speak out in favor of this development. As Mr. Williams pointed out, it's the entrance into the city. It would give a nice projection to the city, a nice look coming into the city instead of what's there. A vacant, overgrown lot that looks terrible. Or do you want mobile homes? If it stays mobile home, it could go mobile home. Do you want commercial there? It'd be kind of bad to see another commercial property come in there with another gas station, convenience store, or even light industry to open up and come into the city of Loganville. What they have presented is very nice, it's very attractive and very appealing, and it would help support anything that comes on as any kind of new development for the Main Street area for downtown. So I really hope that the City Council will look at approving this request. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak in favor of this request? Anyone else who wants to speak in favor? Hearing none, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak against this request? Please come to the podium, state your name. And for those against, we'll hear from everybody that we need to, but once things get repetitive, or if they do, we ask that you limit your comments to things that haven't previously been hit on. Thank you.
All right, for those who don't know me, I'm Jamie Toller, 211 Chandler Walk. I've been a citizen of Loganville my whole life. I know 5 minutes is not a lot of time to talk, so I'm just going to jump into it. A rezoning of this property on Line Street to allow high-density residential growth is a mistake. It is a mistake for several reasons, but, time constraints, I'll just touch on maybe two. The first thing is just the safety issues. There's many, but let's just take one for instance. Let's say the residents decide they want to go on a walk, after dinner like I used to do. There's no sidewalks on all these side streets for anybody to step out of that neighborhood without being in the middle of the street. When I was a young boy, I used to ride my bike up and down Rock Street, Logan Street, Pecan Street, and I didn't come home until the street lights came on. And, sad to say, those days are gone. I go by my mom's house to see her, and there's not many times I haven't been behind 5, 6, 7 cars trying to take a left onto packed bumper to bumper Lawrenceville Road, and then people trying to take a right out of there. My mom's putting up cinder blocks to try to stop this to no avail. It's caused so many wrecks out here I can't even begin, to even count. I know that I've heard a lot of officials, traffic, they're just tired of hearing about traffic being the problem, traffic. But, if hearing about a problem solved the problem, I wouldn't have any problems at all. this is a dangerous intersection, and it's going to be multiplied 100 times over if we add another 100, 150, cars to the mix. And even the second point I want to make, the infrastructure of these streets all the way around, they're in dire need of repair. There's flooding, there's drainage issues. These streets are 10 feet wide. You can't hardly go by another car without having to pull off to let them, go by. All these streets need to be repaved. That's millions of dollars worth of repairs before, the infrastructure could support this kind of development. I reached out to a lot of people on social media and phone calls, and the gist is, the citizens of Loganville do not want this type of development. They didn't want this type of development when Conley brought the apartments and townhomes, and they do not want this now. And I do know there's not a legal leg to stand on if you're, denying this zoning based on that, but the legal leg to stand on is the danger that it's going to bring having this many more cars at an intersection that is already, having the wrecks that it has. It's just, a dangerous thing, I voted for every council member here, and when I ended up seeing every council member that I voted for on, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to go buy a lottery ticket. Joking aside, this council gives the citizens the absolute best chance they have ever had to have a council fight for what the citizens feel like they want here, and what they want to, try to keep out. And I've heard, a lot of people talking about, we're going to get sued if we don't put this through. Well, what are they going to sue for? Changing the denial of this zoning request? That's a ball that needs to be rolled. We're not, you have the legal foot to stand on with this being a danger in the infrastructure, problems associated here. I'm asking each council member to deny this zoning. Zoning like this and on the many more that's going to be coming up just like it. High-density residential growth is coming after Loganville. And if we don't have a council that's not afraid to stand up and to fight for what the citizens want, man, we're not even going to recognize this town anymore. And I really do appreciate, the chance to come up here and voice my opinion. May God bless our town of Loganville. Thank you.
I'm Terry Parsons. I live at 1102 Chandler Hawk Road. I appreciate y'all all responding to my emails when we started talking about this project. I've been impressed with the council's response to everything. I, like Jamie and others, feel like that Cousin Connolly has showed up out here and that this is an exercise in how much can we pack into one spot. I was comforted by the fact that it looks like these units have two-car garages, but all the pictures show small cars. Well, every one of y'all know the biggest vehicle that rides around here that you see more often is a full-size truck. Now, if these are really 1,800 square foot, 3-2 houses with two-car garages, will an F-150 four-door truck and a Honda Pilot SUV actually fit in those garages? Now, I travel the metro Atlanta area all the time. I see complexes like this all the time, and you can't park a car anywhere. And when you open the garage door, there's a Volkswagen Beetle, and that's all that'll fit in them. And they say it's a two-car garage. I hope you're right that they actually are, and that an F-150 can actually fit in it. Now, you might laugh at what I'm saying, but if you're attracting families to Loganville, a family that has children, they're going to have two cars. Now, the argument that, oh, well, everything's changed since the pandemic and everybody's working from home, well, that's not what Clark Howard's been saying recently, and that's not what the news says, that businesses are calling people back. And since they're calling people back to work, they're going to have cars, and they're going to have room to park these cars. Now, I was interested in the amenities. I ain't never heard of bocce ball. I don't even know what a bocce ball is. But I do know what a pool looks like, and I do know the #1 sport right now is pickleball. And so Patty had asked me to break out my crayons and draw my vision of what my idea of this complex would look like. My idea would put a clubhouse in, put a pool, put a pickleball court, put a pocket park next to the entrance and cut the density down from 93 to 61. If you're gonna have people there, there also needs to be a decel lane off of Highway 20 to slow down to turn on to Line Street. But if you're gonna build this complex, then we want to enrich our community. And this very pretty show doesn't show community involvement on a level that I think Loganville ought to have. Now, but Ann sent out a little questionnaire and asked me what I thought I'd like to see in the way of development in this area. I think I've been consistent. I think this city has been consistent. Every one of you up here ran on the platform. I even ran on that platform. Small town growth. This is not small town growth. This is Gwinnett. This is Norcross. This is downtown Atlanta. And this is where people can't park and they can't do anything because they can't go anywhere half the time. And what I'm saying is, y'all all know what needs to be done. And I'm hoping y'all make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak against this rezone request?
Good evening. My name is John Sosby. I live at 261 Fair Street. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity provided tonight for input. I'll start by saying I am not anti-development. However, I am opposed to development that is detrimental to the surrounding property owners and impacts the quality of life in the neighborhoods. The infrastructure in the immediate area is sorely lacking, and approving this development should require the developer to improve it to a satisfactory level. Line Street cannot support the increase in automobiles from the residents, the service providers this development will cause. Accordingly, Line Street should be widened to the standard 24-foot with curb, gutter, stormwater, drainage, and sidewalks. This should extend from Georgia 20 to at least Pecan Street, but preferably all the way to Logan Drive. The developer's current proposal only funnels the improvement of Line Street to the three-way stop at Fair Street, an already dangerous intersection. The drainage and curbing along the way and the road crumbling has been an issue for years now. Adding volume will only add to its deterioration. Ingress and egress from Line Street to Georgia 20 should include turn lanes and a traffic signal at the developer's expense. New turn lanes have to be offset to provide line of sight safety for drivers turning right and left from Line Street on to 20. This development will increase traffic volume on Line Street by more than 720 trips, plus the increase in service vehicles. Yet DOT will not allow a curb cut on Georgia 20 into this development. This provides and proves that traffic flow from this development negatively impacts safety and traffic flow and puts the motoring public at risk. However, the applicant has stated in their proposal that the rezoning of the property will not result in a use which will or could cause excess or burdensome use of existing streets, transportation, facilities, or schools. The applicant has performed their own traffic study in support of this position regarding these issues. But when you look closely, the study was done on a template performed one day in November, a week before a holiday when the schools were closed, people were home on vacation, and in general, traffic is often lighter. I ask that a more thorough study be completed at the developer's expense so that a more comprehensive result is determined, one we know to be true. And we have to ask, why was there a traffic study done when council can't base their decision on traffic? The development will cause stormwater and drainage problems. Stormwater is a current challenge throughout the city, and the density and impervious surfaces proposed will significantly exacerbate the existing critical issue. Appropriate stormwater facilities must be installed at the developer's expense. to ensure all stormwater and runoff remains to the confines of the property. For instance, in the drawing provided, the existing detention pond is on the opposite side of the creek from the proposed development. This is untenable and most likely does not comply with required stream buffers. It appears that the runoff from several of these units backing up to the stream buffer have runoff facing directly at the stream buffer. The developer also states in their application that the City of Loganville Department of Public Utilities has further confirmed that the sewer capacity is available and is available to the development. I must then ask that since the largest of the stormwater and the detention pond reside on the Gwinnett side, have they or will they be contacted about this project? There are more suitable tracks for this type of development in the city, providing the council the opportunity to deny this request. In their application, the developer included language that the failure to approve this requested rezoning would deprive the applicant from alternative reasonable uses of the development of the property. That's just not true. As it stands, the owner-developer already has two perfectly suitable uses for the property, manufactured homes and light industrial. And I know I wouldn't want to live in one of the homes backed up to the light industrial that's already there, because I live right down the street. The applicant also stated that these units will bring economic investment into our community. I find that hard to believe other than tax revenues. These townhomes are going to be the linchpin to revitalizing our downtown and drawing retailers into our community. In short, if retailers wanted to be in Loganville, they would already be here. If council should see this development favorably, I would ask that Rock Street, Line Street, and Pecan Street become right-in, right-out only streets, keeping through vehicles from using these narrow residential streets as alternatives to Line and Highway 20. I also ask that council request that all improvements be at the developer's expense with minimal impacts to the surrounding area while doing so. Council is charged with ensuring the growth is appropriate and does not negatively impact current property owners. Without the approved safeguards and conditions, this development should not be approved. I believe I have demonstrated why council has the opportunity to deny this application and that it's a poor fit for this part of our community. Thank you.
Is anyone else who wants to speak against this rezone? Please come to the podium. Please state your name for the record, and as discussed, please try and limit comments to matters that have not already been presented before the council.
I'm Linda Guthrie, and I own the property at 4125 Lawrenceville Road that abuts up to this. And what I have to say is they say they don't want to put a privacy fence. I want an 8-foot chain link fence around all the land that abuts to me. The 8-foot, because I've seen the privacy fence, they just go down, down, down. They look horrible. They do not keep them up. They do not keep them stained, and they just look horrible. So the chain link fence do look nicer, and they do last longer. And then also, I have about 8 to 10 large oak trees that are on the back side of my property, which are on the fence almost. Some of them go through the fence onto their land. I'm asking if they need to remove any of those, that they can have a arbor to come and check them out, and they can have them cut down, but they cannot grind them. Do not disturb my land. And I would also like a certified copy of the regular council report when they have a council meeting on Thursday night. And I'll go along with what all the other people have said, so I won't say what they said, but I'll agree with all of them. So I guess that's the main thing, is I would like the 8-foot chain link fence and to check the trees. And I don't want all that mud and stuff when they're doing the grading to come down on my property. And I would like to see the 8-foot chain link fence put up prior to any grading or construction of any buildings. Thank you.
All right, anyone else would like to speak against this rezone request?
Good evening. My name is Randall Hammond, living at 4128 Pecan Street. At least that's where my mother lived. The property is in her name. We've been there for 60 years. And this property, the proposal is abutted to our property line. We want to know how it's going to affect our property line. The noise, other people, where they have access through our property. This is the first I've heard of this afternoon, that this proposal was being upset. I don't have any information other than I know it's going to be abutted against our property line from beginning to end. I wish the developer had made the effort to contact us to let us know what they were doing. We've been there a long time, and every inch of that line run along our property line at 4120 Pecan Street. The traffic is crazy in the last 20 years. You can't get out of Pecan Street, onto Line Street, onto Brand Road because of the traffic. This would create a complete disaster for that area. That's all I have to say for this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak against this rezone request?
Yes, my name is Greg Lott. I live at 4028 Pecan Street. I've been down there for about 36 years. I'm also speaking on behalf of Ms. Mayran Kilgore Richardson, which owns 28.5 acres butting up to this project. And she told me to speak for her and say no. Now I'm speaking on for myself. My grandkids have to play in the yard. There's no way I'm gonna let them out on the street because of the traffic that comes up and down Pecan Street. God forbid if there's an accident up on 78 or either on 20, all the through traffic comes through our street. I mean, it's like looking at 85. And to add another development, it's just detrimental to our neighborhood. We don't need it. Not only that, people gotta realize when they come in and build all this new stuff, your property taxes are going up. They're not gonna stay where they are. I've seen this same stuff go on in Lawrenceville. I've been fighting on behalf of my mother that lived in Lawrenceville, where they tore down a bunch of government-owned projects and built all those townhomes. They say they're gonna make them affordable for people to move into. Nobody from my neighborhood could afford to move into them. Not one. I also had a battle with them to stop them from tearing down the school that was there. It was called Hooper-Remick High School. Well, it was Hooper-Remick School. It was where schools that if you were black and lived in Gwinnett County, that's where you went to school at. They tried to tear it down. I had a 5-year battle to stop them from tearing that school down. They tore down the gymnasium, but I was able to get them to keep the 12 original classrooms. So, you know, us as residents around here got to come out and speak up for what we want. People can't read our minds. You got to come up and stand tall. And I'm letting you all know right now, with all my neighbors down Pecan Street, we don't want no more development. You know, we're not rich or anything like that. We live in what we got. But for them to come in and put in a new development, raise our property taxes, then we can't afford to live with that. Where are we going? Where are we going? And those homes up there, I guarantee you, nobody that lives in this vicinity is gonna be able to afford them because they're gonna run about $300,000-400,000. That's what they start out at. So I'm asking you all as our councilmen to please reconsider this issue and put a stop to it. Let them put something else up there. We don't need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Jane Williams, 220 Tommy Lee Fuller Drive. And I know y'all are probably saying, well, what does she have to do with this property over here? Well, one thing I do know is the traffic in Loganville. That's one thing I know. And, excuse me, but it's a hot mess, okay? So I don't understand the traffic studies. that y'all say a traffic study been done, right? You know, all this traffic, and it's just like the young man was saying, if anything happens in Loganville, this traffic gets rerouted. You can't even hardly go up Highway 20 now, which is Loganville Highway. The traffic is so bad. Now, I'm not against, you know, a development, but if we're gonna do some things in Loganville, we need to do things for social development and economic. Now, building houses, okay, we need somewhere to live, but building houses, I really don't see where it's an economic development. You know, what about a nice playground for the children to play? Somewhere where the whole family can go. And, you know, not just the little bitty kids, because the little bitty kids grow up. I'm talking about a place where the whole family can go. I think that would be nice. And I agree with, you know, what everybody else have said. And if you're gonna have, if you all are gonna agree with this, you definitely need the decel lanes, you need some kind of traffic light up there. And so that's my issue, is we need to find some other kind of development that's gonna be beneficial and give more of a quality life for the people in Loganville. And not just people come down, because you know, I live in Atlanta too. I live in Atlanta, so I understand. And to get down here today, y'all would not believe what I had to go through just to get here. But I thank somebody for putting it on social media. That's how I found out about this meeting. So keep putting it on social media. So I just want to thank you all and really consider what the people of Loganville are asking for. And I am also the homeowner that has an issue with flooding in her property every time it rains. And it doesn't matter how much rain, it always floods. So we need some better sewage and drainage in Loganville. Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else wants to speak against this rezone request?
Hi, I'm Jessica Piper. I live at 1125 Granite Lane. Actually, my 9-year-old got me to come here tonight. He's in 4th grade. He goes to Bay Creek Elementary. And I want to know where these kids are going to go to school, because his school is full. And I can't get a rezone request to Loganville Elementary. Sharon Elementary with traffic, again, is about 30 minutes. And he doesn't need more kids at his school. The kids that come up and the kids that move into the developments that are here, great. We don't need extra kids coming and flooding our schools. And going back to the point of mostly older people in this area, no, there's a lot of young people who are against it too.
Anyone else?
I'm gonna be quick. Joanne Byrne, Toll Schultz. I need to piggyback on Jane wherever you are, because I emailed you guys today. I don't know how many of you read it. And you, sir, had talked about our children and where are our children gonna live. Our children are stuck living in this. This is going up everywhere. And just like Jane said, I'm like, what happened to building starter homes? We don't need this monstrosity there. Like, where are the developers? Where did they all go that nobody is building these nice homes where folks can have a barbecue in their backyard, their kids can run around and play, there's a little bit of privacy and trees. I don't understand what's going on in the world, that this is all that's coming out of the ground anymore. So what are we leaving for our kids? We're leaving a metropolis. Like, everything that we knew that was so great and helped us into, like, form into great people we are, like, we're not providing that for anybody anymore. It's like being on top of each other, like sardines. So I'm just, you guys know where I stand. So, and everyone made all these great points about reasons for denying it. I piggyback on all of that, but I'm coming in a different direction. Those little homes that went up on Walton and Tommy Lee Fuller, let's find that guy. And I know some of you don't like how they look. They're not perfect. I get it. But let's go find that guy and ask him to come and build and work with him. We need to find more of those people.
Anyone else speak against this request?
Linda Johns, 866 Leebird Road. Interesting thing is, I'm going to piggyback onto what Joanne was saying. My husband and I are seniors, and we are actually looking to get out of Loganville at this point in time. The taxes in Loganville for seniors is becoming unreasonable. There are no exemptions for seniors in the city. And what we've started looking outside the city, and what we're finding is builders have told us they don't want to come into Loganville because of the type of building that is going on here. So it was interesting, while we're looking to get out, that we're actually hearing from builders that are building up on Lake Lanier and Hull County and up at, north side and, of Gwinnett and Barrow County. Builders, actually, people are telling us when they find out that we're from Loganville, they said, yeah, our builders don't even want to go out there because of the type of building that's going on there. So just FYI. Thank you.
I had to come back up and say, I put all this together in just a couple of hours, finding out about this development. My yard floods right now from the Lowe's shopping center. Got a retention pond right directly across the street from me. Every time we get these hard rains, I got pictures on my phone I can show you all, and I've been meaning to bring it to City Hall anyway. My yard looks like a lake. I can sit out there with a fishing pole, probably catch something. So I want you all to take a hard look at this. This water got to go somewhere. If you all own anything, if it's water's gonna find its way. I don't care what, water's gonna find its way unless you redirect it. Now, speaking of the Kilgo's land, the land that the Kilgo's on, they allowed the city to come down through there and put the sewage through their land. So that sewage runs back down through Ms. Kilgo's property. And just to reiterate, she's against this project as well. Thank you.
All right, if you give me one moment, I'll calculate the amount of time remaining for rebuttal for the applicant. The applicant has 9.5 minutes available for rebuttal, should they wish to use it.
I don't think we'll use all 9.5 minutes. Once again, Neville Allison with the Revive Land Group. I'm just going to try to touch on as many of the points as I can from the notes I was taking. I promise you, if I leave you out, it was not on purpose. It's just I was trying to take notes as quickly as possible. The first issue is about traffic on Line Street and kind of the safety issue there. We showed on our site plan, you guys can see it, we're actually widening Line Street. We're improving the situation that's there today. Right now, there's one eastbound lane on Line Street. Our development proposes widening Line Street along our frontage to create a dedicated left-hand turn lane onto 20. And they are staggered, as was mentioned. GDOT requires you to line up your stop bars so that there's an ideal line of sight between the right-hand lane and the left lane. So they stagger, they're not right on top of each other. We also have our traffic engineer here tonight, so if the council has any specific questions or well above my skill level, he's happy to come up and tackle those. They mentioned the cinder blocks on Line Street, that they're there to prevent the right-hand turners from trying to go around the left-hand turners through the Toller property. And so again, having two lanes there is gonna stop that. They'll have a dedicated right turn lane without having to go off of the right-of-way into someone's yard. And so again, I think we're improving the existing traffic situation. There's been a lot of talk about Line Street crumbling and decaying, I think are the words that I've heard. I don't know if you guys had a chance to drive down Line Street, but it's in pretty darn good shape. I'm not sure when it was resurfaced, but there's not a pothole or honeycomb spot on the road. I'm sorry, Sir, could please call to order.
You're good, go ahead.
Thank you. There's also talk at Planning Commission about Line Street, I think, being as small as 12 feet wide. It's actually 18 feet of wide of pavement. And again, we're going to widen that road all the way from Fair Street to 20. It's across our entire frontage. I think we can also offer, instead of just adding the additional lane, we can resurface the whole road there on our frontage. We'd agree to that as a zoning condition. Just some talk about stormwater. As you know, there's no stormwater conditions currently on the site. So when it rains, the water just will go where the water goes. We're required by not just city law, but state law to retain the stormwater on our site as it was a natural vegetated site. So the position of our stormwater pond is obviously in the low point of the water, and our entire site drains through our storm lines into that pond and is released in a controlled manner. Some of the folks on Pecan Street that were complaining about water runoff on their street, our site actually drains to the northeast, which is in the opposite direction of Pecan. Our sewer goes in that direction as well. City of Loganville owns both or controls the stormwater as well as the sewer, sanitary sewer. So that's, again, why our capacity letter came from the City of Loganville. Some of the existing zoning was brought up about, hey, the traffic's here from our development's going to be worse than anything that could be there. Again, with the existing zoning that exists today, you can fit 24 trailers on the property, that's mobile homes, and a 50,000 square foot warehouse. I put to you that I'd take residential traffic in my neighborhood over tractor trailers all day. With that, I think those were all I had. Mel, did you have any of the points that I missed there from my notes?
Again, I believe we have attempted to address all of the concerns raised this evening by the citizens. As we indicated earlier, we believe this is a down zoning. We are requesting to move to a residential zoning classification in lieu of an industrial zoning classification, which allows very intensive uses. We do have the support of staff. We do have the support of Planning Commission. And as we mentioned, we are in agreement with those conditions. We are asking for some modification on the fence. We understand Ms. Guthrie has a concern about anyone coming onto her property, and we submit that we can continue to accommodate that request, but with a more attractive fence that is in fitting with the city and what is in fitting with the future developments that should be brought to you as well. With that, we would incorporate.
And I just wanted to bring up one more point. There was a lot of talk about the economic development. Based on our proposed price point, I think it's important to realize that we are adding to the city's tax base. For $350,000 a unit approximate city tax bills, about $1,500 a year. We pulled the millage rates and existing tax bills on similar properties. Over a year, that's $150,000, and over 10 years, that's $1.5 million. That's significant money for the city to be able to support its infrastructure, its services, its needs, that's not there in its budget today. And that's only the property taxes, not to mention the other economic benefits of the folks going to the restaurants. One of my favorite sayings is, our parents went out to eat once a month. That I go out to eat once a week, and my kids are going to go out to eat once a day. And so it takes, that first-time home buyer, that millennial buyer, to support strong economic growth. So with that, I think we ask for your approval and appreciate your time.
Yes, as Mr. Allison indicated, we're happy to address any questions that you may have. I understand you're going to be saving those for potentially later. We would incorporate all of our filings that we have submitted with the city, included any supplemental filings as well. But again, we would respectfully request your approval of this rezoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will declare this portion of the meeting closed, declare the public hearing closed. And so now you can consider it back before Council Member Newberry's committee. And of course, y'all are more than welcome to inquire if anyone that you'd like to, the applicant, any questions that you have. Just makes our timekeeping easier that we got that out of the way, and now y'all can ask away all that you want to.
Okay, I have a couple questions or concerns. When we look at developments like this, my biggest concern is, and I've seen this happen, is that, yet we're gonna have an HOA, but if you allow rentals, who's gonna take care, who's gonna enforce the rental over time? And what's this development gonna look like in 10 years? If we allow 15% rental, that's like pretty much saying we're gonna allow rentals, because there's really no one to police that other than the HOA and the property management company. And you've gotta have faith in them to make sure they're gonna do it, you know, they'll do it right out of the gate, but are they gonna continue to do it 10 years down the road? And what I see happening is, it falls back on the hands of our police department to go in there and try to enforce it. And you know, when the HOA doesn't enforce their own rules, then the neighbors complain and want to call the police. The police want to come over there and can't come over there and address the street parking issues and other issues. So I just think it becomes a burden, you know, back on the HOA and the other residents who own there when you allow the rentals to come in.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll start that with the rental enforcement. You know, what we've proffered, this was not something that staff came up with a condition. This was a self-imposed condition, was the rental cap. And we would like that rental cap to be both a zoning condition, which makes it a law, as well as a condition within our covenants, which makes every single mortgage that is done on that property subject to those covenants. Asking this question is very similar to, you know, how do you enforce the law? Like, you know, I've heard, well, why even do that? Why have a speed limit sign if people are going to speed anyway? Well, you got to start with laws. You got to start with rules. And I think a highly functioning HOA, I heard a lot of impassioned folks about where they live. So I would think that our residents are going to be the same, that are both members of the HOA subjected to it, as well as elected officers of that HOA. And so the professional management company, as well as the internal officers of that HOA, will enforce those laws. The second issue I heard was the parking. You know, that's one of the issues, is when there's no guest parking on a site, people will tend to park on the street, and that could be a big problem. One thing that I heard was the small garages. And so we do have a 2-car garage. They're standard garage, the same size as on a single-family home. They're 20 by 20. F-150, 7.5 feet wide by 17 feet long. And so, thank you. And then also with our site plan, we actually have dedicated on-street guest parking where there's spots for people to park. And so, again, where there isn't any, that's where you see people park anywhere on the street. There's still going to be rule breakers, but again, that's why you have the professional HOA.
And you guys wouldn't consider going 100% ownership?
Unfortunately, we've seen that as a constitutional violation. I think it was brought up in the Planning Commission hearing, by one of the commissioners that, you know, I live in a 100% rent-controlled community that we don't allow renters. Well, I actually pulled their covenants for that community, and they amended their covenants last year, and it has a 10% rental cap, but then with several other carve-outs to that rental cap. And you can apply for the hardships and et cetera, et cetera. And so if it's a matter of that pleases the council, if 10% feels better than 15, we're 100% amenable to that.
Mm-hmm. And I've always believed that the neighborhood's only as good as the HOA that's there that enforces and participates. So, and from my experience, it looks like, and I have nothing against people who want to rent. People want to rent. People want to own. But when you have a neighborhood with kind of a mix there, that it's hard to keep people on the board. And as the neighborhood over time flips, you end up with more renters. And as I understand, the HOAs don't allow the people that rent to be on the board. And the HOA just falls apart over time, and the neighborhood falls apart. And that's my concern.
Yes, ma'am. Again, if it's a matter of the percentage, you know, if we go 10% versus 15, that's 9 renters and, you know, 80 owners. Again, I think that is plenty of folks to hold the board seats and manage that small amount of people. Again, the reason why we don't push towards 0 is if somebody gets divorced or loses their job and is forced relocated from a military job or, you know, with their own personal job and has to move, it's pretty hard to tell people that they can't rent their unit for that period of time.
And also, Ms. Guthrie's concerns about the fence. She's asking for a chain link, and if you go over to Logan's Point and look at the townhomes over there, they have a chain link fence around the retention pond, which is right there front and center as you pull in. It's a nice looking fence, and I understand why she wants it. She's told us why she wants it, but I'm Not really understanding why you guys don't want to accommodate that with her.
Oh, again, if the council wants a chain link fence, that's fine with me. It's less expensive than a privacy fence. I will tell you, I've never had that request in 20 years doing residential development. You know, around a detention pond, typically that fence is going to be 6 feet tall at the most. And that we see chain link fences of 8 feet around commercial or industrial uses. They often have barbed wire across the top. I think there's actually one at the corner of Line Street, and I believe it's the one past Fair Street, which is on the other side of the commercial. I think that's Pecan. And the one that has about 50 cars parked there on that lot. You can see the chain link fence there. So again, if the wisdom of the council is that we have a chain link fence against our property line, that's not going to be a condition we oppose. It's my strong opinion that a privacy fence looks 1,000 times better.
And to her concern, who maintains the privacy fence over time?
Again, that would be the HOA, along with the open space, so people are paying in dues. Again, that could be an added as a council condition if they see so fit that the fence needs to be stained, you know, every X number of years, or repairs or even replaced every, you know, pick a number, every 10 years. Our goal is to have everything looking good. We're not trying to skimp out on a budget or whatever. I just think a chain link fence is a mistake.
Thank you.
Ms. Guthrie, what about a PVC fence? Is there, Ms. Guthrie, what about a PVC? No? Okay, so we, okey-doke. We have a PVC around my neighborhood, and it's been there since 2004, and so has the fence. They just pressure wash it, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
Once every couple of years, but it's remained looking very, can y'all hear me? Very, very nice. So that's why I was extending that as possible. It's not going to be me that's living next to it, so it would be up to you, but. Okay. It's between y'all.
Excuse me. What's going to be the divide between your property and the property
Yeah, we got some folks that just can't hear from the back. Are you next?
Hang on, just a point of clarification. Questions if there's questions from the days, from the mayor and council, this is y'all's here, and y'all can address questions to the applicant, you can address questions to the property owner, but decorum rules are the questions come from y'all to the citizenry and to the applicant. Now, if you want to repeat one of their questions, you're certainly entitled to, but it's appropriate decorum in this type of environment for the questions that come from you guys, y'all are the legislators, and to inquire from both applicant, those in favor, those against.
If Ms. Guthrie asked us to make a condition on an 8-foot chain link fence, would y'all be willing to consider that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
If Ms. Guthrie had asked the council, would we consider write a condition for an 8-foot chain link fence? I don't know if that exists, or 6-foot. She's saying 8.
I believe that the condition from Planning Commission was an 8-foot chain link fence. As I've said, we're amenable to that if that's what the council sees as best.
I had a few questions here. Are these two properties being purchased conditional to zoning?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, you know how long these have been for sale?
I do not, off the top of my head. I know they've been for sale for quite some time.
That's what I thought. I know
Prior
they've been
to
for sale for a while.
They've been for sale for quite some time before we put the property under contract. And my understanding was from the broker was that the most recent inquiries were for industrial use across both properties to put a 50,000 square foot. I believe it was a food manufacturing warehouse or food manufacturing facility. I'm sorry.
Okay. I do want to agree with you on a few things. For our downtown, from the where I put the middle of the pin on the Walton County website to our current downtown right now is half a mile as the crow flies. And I know it'll be on the burden of the city to connect that with sidewalks from y'all's sidewalks that y'all are putting on there. So I do see that being a bonus. And also, it is saying in our comprehensive plan that, you know, we have a missing middle, medium density is needed for our community. And that's what a lot of this is missing middle. But with that said, that will add to the sustainability of our downtown long-term. I do agree with that. And I've been getting calls and talking to people when I'm out and about, and I've talked to a lot of people that said they would prefer to see something like this to the gateway of their potential downtown than a mobile home park. So I have been hearing that in y'all's favor as well. And I know y'all presented a really good product. I really like what I'm seeing and what y'all have shown us today. But I've been on y'all's website, and y'all currently have 9 on your website. How many have y'all completed so far for the Revive group, kind of in Georgia, I guess?
I'd say we've completed about 1,000 lots,
1,000
maybe
lots.
800, depending on your definition of complete. We're developers. So we install the horizontal infrastructure and work with our builder partners for the vertical product.
Okay. And then are most of y'all's projects generally townhome products?
No,
Is this a
sir, we have a
product-
pretty even mix of townhomes, active adult, and single family.
Okay, so y'all do single family. In y'all's typical plan, say everything goes to plan, say everything gets zoning, get zoned the way you want to, what would be your best estimate to your knowledge about when or how long this project takes? I know that's a hard number. I know that's a hard ask. I just kind of want to know just so.
I can walk through each stage, and then that kind of, you can put those months together at the end. So assuming we get zoned this month, we'll immediately start what's called our land disturbance permit process with the city, which takes anywhere from 4 to 6 months. We're fairly familiar with the engineering. We have an engineer on staff, which definitely helps speed that along. So we'd hope we'd be inside of that 6 months for our land disturbance permit. That's when the horizontal infrastructure then begins. If we can hit it when the weather's right, we're 6 to 8 months in development. If we get caught in the rainy spring, it's more like 8 to 10 months of horizontal development. And then with 93 units, it's about a year and a half sellout. And so that's kind of the full timeline for the project.
And y'all have had, in some of y'all's other communities, because I know you have a lot more in y'all's pipeline according to y'all's website. So I know y'all know what y'all are talking about when it comes to the home prices and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
So you just said the sell-through rate, even if they're all built, how long do they usually sit before they're sold?
In this market, most of them are sold. It's very rare to have a finished unit before it's sold.
Okay. I do have a question about the traffic study you provided.
Yes.
It has about, because I compared a lot of the numbers from the future no build to future build weekday volumes. And I don't know, maybe just my conventional thinking, those numbers seem a little low. Because maybe I just need to be talked through it a little bit, because I'm only seeing a increase of 16 in the morning peak hours and 11 in the afternoon going down line, and even fewer added going out on the 20. And I thought that might be higher because of the number of units that are projected to go in there at 93. And I know GDOT, y'all don't meet the threshold for the A-cell, D-cell lane, but I thought that might add to more people going up and down the street.
Yes, sir. So again, I get in trouble when I desktop engineer. And so we brought Victor here with A&R Engineering, the company that actually performed the traffic study. He can answer your specific questions about traffic counts. It does remind me to bring up a question that was mentioned earlier about when we did the traffic counts. I believe it was November 16th, which was a Thursday, and to our knowledge, school was still in session the Thursday, a week before Thanksgiving. And so with that, I'll let Victor kind of address the exact counts, and I can fill in any gaps.
Good evening, Victor Garcia, 1645 Ridgefield Drive, Roswell. It seemed you had several questions actually about the traffic study. Maybe if we could go through those in order.
Yeah,
clear things up a
sorry.
bit.
So, just doing the math on it, especially going from the study, it showed an increase of 16 going down Line Street AM, and 6 in the afternoon going down Line Street AM, and there's even fewer going out towards 20. Am I thinking with the amount of number of homes, that just seems a little low?
So was this based off of I actually have the study with me right here. I'm not sure if you have it on you
Yeah,
as well.
I do. It's
Okay,
okay.
so we're looking at the same thing. And by that, I assume you're talking about figure 5 on page 13, where we discuss or show, visualize the number of cars and the trip distribution from the site.
Yeah, I'm a map person, so I kind of worked a lot off of these maps that were on here.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's like 13 and 15, and I also looked at the number counts that were on page 8, which is the existing traffic, and showing the amount changed, looking at these 3 different maps.
Right, so first off, if you go back to our page 12, actually one page back on the trip generation table, our estimates for traffic is based off of the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation method. This is exactly what GDOT demands from every single traffic study that we perform. So any study that we perform that is reviewed by the Georgia Department of Transportation, they demand that we use this exact same method. To my best of knowledge, Walton County also expects that from us. The Department of Transportation here, Gwinnett County also expects that from us. So this is the exact same method all across the board, Walton County, Gwinnett County. This ITE rate is based off of single-family attached housing. That's the closest possible category and the only appropriate category that we really have for townhomes. And the independent variable is 93 units. So that's how we get these sorts of numbers where we split them up based off of their peak hours. What you're looking at here are peak hour trips. So just for the AM peak hour, just for the PM peak hour. Of course, this does not cover the entire day. And we basically have to split that up from the site driveway. So we have to estimate how many are going on Line Street, how many go on Loganville, how many go on Rock Street, Fair Street, and whatnot. So we assign percentages to each one. So I'm not sure if there was one specific number or a couple of specific ones that you wanted to point out to me.
The one I took was from page 15, where it says 87 going that way, in the first circle down at the bottom. And then if you look at the one at the future build weekly peak hour volumes, is 103. So showing 16 going down there in the
Yeah.
peak hours in the morning.
Actually, yeah, figure 5 right before that just shows the trips going from the site. But if you're focusing on no build and then comparing that to build, it's basically if you take figure 5, add figure 6, and you get that equals figure 7, essentially. So I'm not sure if it's easier for you to just look at the figure 5 numbers if we're only focusing on the trips from the site, or are you instead focusing on the overall final numbers that include the through existing volumes added up?
I just kind of did math and subtracted the 2 from each other
Okay,
to see
yeah.
what the
It's
change
really
would be.
yeah.
Because when we hear 93 homes, we're thinking a lot of cars coming in and out, especially 2-car garages.
Right.
And, driveway space as well.
Right.
So when I see a change of only 16 going that way, that study just, I guess I just don't know the science behind it, is what I'm saying. I mean, I know
Right.
you're explaining it to me, but
Right.
in my head, it's just hard for me to grasp. That's only
Right.
16 cars generated in the
Yeah.
morning going down Line Street.
So ITE's trip gen numbers give us 32 exiting cars in the AM peak hour. So that's on page 12, table 4. Since we assign 50% to Line Street, and that's coming to and from Line Street, if we're only focusing on exiting traffic to the west, you cut that in half, you get 16. So that's where that specific number comes from.
Okay. I'm sure some of us are going to come back to the traffic study in the future, but I have one last question about the project. I mean, I'll probably have more after. I want to make sure everybody can talk. But because I went and walked on the proposed site, and I walked down Line Street, and I came back and I took an inventory of the existing zoning, and y'all showed us a slide of a lot of the existing zoning that's on Line Street. And yeah, there's that one small 1.22 acres at 170 Line Street being RM8, which we don't have that zoning anymore. But we do have 2 light industrials, 2 commercial highway, and about 10 single family right off of Line Street. But that doesn't include, my numbers don't include all the numbers of the single family off of Pecan, Rock, and Fair Street. I did notice the duplexes right across the street from y'all, so I understand that. And I do know the biggest property, because we haven't had one at this scale on Main Street, and that was in our staff report as well. We haven't seen one at this scale with this amount of acreage. So our next biggest one on the street is actually Kings Gate, which is off Line Street and Pecan Street, which is about 4 acres, I believe, and it's zoned RM4. And I know stated in our comprehensive plan, medium density is needed. And with that being the transition zone between LI and a lot of that lower density, and then going down to our Main Street, did y'all consider looking at RM4 before y'all settled on RM6, just potentially because of the character of the street and potentially better for the current roadway and our connector streets for RM4 versus RM6 in our zoning? And we're talking about the difference of about, I think it's about 25 to 27 units. I know that was a lot. I can repeat.
I'm just trying to take notes to make sure I hit it all.
I'm just trying to, I just wanted to say, like, I know there is that RM8 on the street, but we don't have one at this scale. And that RM8 is a very small piece of property compared to this one. And we don't have RM8 anymore. So RM4 is kind of what the transition zone looks like on that street, because that's what we have currently at Kings Gate at our biggest zone one there, which is about 4 acres, and is also in Gwinnett and Walton. So I feel like, did y'all propose, or did y'all look at doing RM4 before?
Yes, sir.
RM6.
So I've got some notes here. With RM4, it's about 60 to 64 units, and we did consider it. Again, I just feel like 64 townhome units here would not be enough. We don't think to carry the project and to be able to do some of the amenities that we have planned. But also, as you mentioned, there is the RM8 that's directly to our east, directly to our west on the other side of the commercial. And so we felt like the RM6 was what was in between that. It's by definition a transitional zoning. As Ms. Glaughton mentioned, the high intensity of the industrial transitioning down to the duplexes you mentioned across the street from us, as well as the single family further to the east. And so we look at 6 units per acre is actually a medium density. Most of our townhome projects and the townhome projects that you see around town, and that's the Atlanta MSA, are anywhere from 12 to 8 units per acre. And so again, we feel like 6 units per acre is that medium density. When you talk about, well, you could just lose, it's only a difference of about 30 units. And everybody seems to think that, the developers have endless pockets. But anybody that's in a business, it's a margin business. And so, a typical business margin is between 20 and 25%. So if you take away 30% of a project, it doesn't take, I don't need to pull out my Georgia Tech math to be able to say that that project becomes no longer viable. The other side of that is the land costs what it costs. You can split it up, X number of times. As Victor said, that's the variable. And when you split it up less times, what that does is create a higher per unit land price. And that defeats the whole purpose of what you mentioned, the missing middle. Could we come here and put $500,000 homes on the property? You know, maybe. Does that solve any housing issues that are here in Gwinnett and serve, here in the city of Loganville, and serve that missing middle? I would argue not, that actually further exasperates the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Hang on to y'all's questions. I'm not going to leave this young man, I'm going to deviate. I'm not going to leave this young man standing up in the middle of the floor too long. Would you just briefly ask your question real quick? Maybe I can answer it.
Okay, what's going to separate the property at 4128 from your development?
4128.
It's adjacent to,
Street?
yes, it's backed up to that gray line between the green.
I object.
The line running adjacent to our property. Next to the storage, that property that goes down to the end of it, that belongs to us.
So again, I'd really appreciate if the city attorney could maintain the decorum that we set for the meeting.
Well, just for the record, hang on a minute, This is the mayor and council's meeting. If they want to allow
I'm not going to deviate
a
and leave
constituent to ask a
somebody
question, they
standing in the middle of the
certainly
floor. I just ain't going to do it. Thank you.
Okay, but then I'll answer the question, and that's, I believe he's talking about the property on Pecan, 4128 Pecan. That is I believe he's speaking about 4128 Pecan, that is to the north of the industrial property and to the west of our property. And so what separates our property from that is that we actually don't have any units that back up to that property. There's a pretty significant stream that runs, that's northeast along the backside of our property. And so that creates a natural buffer between where our units exist and that property.
I have a question before I get into my own questions. Mr. Soseby that lives on Fair Street, he brought up a good point. Part of your property lies in Gwinnett County, about 20% of the property. And that seems to be where most of your detention and your water runoff is going to go. How far along are you in the process with Gwinnett County of getting approval for them? And have they come out and checked that? And is that the question you had, John? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So it's our understanding, and we could be mistaken, but that the city of Loganville is the, I want to get the nomenclature correct, the local issuing authority for stormwater in the city. And so even though that property is in Gwinnett County, the whole thing is in the city of Loganville. And so Gwinnett County Stormwater is in charge of our stormwater. If that information is incorrect, then it's a mistake. And we would gladly go through the process during our permitting with the appropriate municipality, if that happens to be Gwinnett County, to have the stormwater approved.
Just to clarify, y'all are a local issuing authority. This is y'all's stormwater to control. This is located within the four corners of your city. It won't be Gwinnett stormwater. It'll be y'all. Y'all have your own independent stormwater utility and stormwater regulations.
One of my questions is that you referred to our comprehensive plan, and you used a partial statement. It says the community struggles to retain young people. It fails to quote the entire paragraph, which in part says that our median age has increased and is projected to increase over the next 5 years. And it further states that an aging population can present challenges for community, including inadequate housing. Now, by 2030, the people born between 1946 and 1964 are all going to be at least 66 years old and older. And a study in 2021 by AARP survey concluded that 77% of people 50 and older, they desire to age in their home or community. So the demand for 55 and older housing has never been at an all-time high demand. And aging in place market currently exceeds $150 billion annually. Additionally, the CDC statistics show that aging in place is not only the issue when it comes to housing demands. 1 in 4 Americans, myself included, has a disability. That is 11% of our population that has serious difficulty walking and climbing stairs. And yet all of your proposed townhomes are multi-level, which will make them automatically unsuitable for many homeowners, thereby alienating a large percentage of potential home buyers. Building for 55 and up will fill a great need in our community, and it would free up additional housing when the 55 and older moves into those housing for our younger people that you say that we need to retain. And page 66 of our Living Centers Initiative study proclaims that Loganville has become a desirable destination for retirees and empty nesters, and we should look to promote the qualities that have made it attractive. You do state that you have an active adult product. Is that something you would consider here on this property? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Long. I couldn't agree with you more. You know, our two largest buyers of our townhome product are first-time home buyers, millennials, and empty nesters. And so, you know, empty nesters is a large category. You know, you say 55 and up, I'm 43, it's going to be around the corner for me. My son will be in college, my wife and I will be looking to downsize. Then there's also the other end of folks with disabilities that are on the far end of that spectrum. And while a two-story townhome may not be appropriate for them, I would argue that this is exactly the product to age in place for those empty nesters. Those folks that are stuck on an acre lot that they got to go out and mow or pay someone to mow. They want to have a lock and leave lifestyle where they can lock their front door, drive the short trip to the airport, and go to the Bahamas. We see it time and time again in our community where it's the first-time home buyer and the active adult, buyer as well. So we recognize that need, and it's another reason why we propose a townhome development here versus a single-family detached, because we see that buyer drawn to these developments.
I mean, I'll keep going unless I was just going to ask a question, let others go, and then I would come back. So do y'all have questions from that end? And then, okay.
Let's go down the line.
Okay. Since we used the comprehensive plan data, I know one of the questions that you referred to was that Loganville should allow some owner-occupied townhomes in order to develop the downtown area. And now that question alone, it did not have a follow-up question asking citizens then again how many some is. The only thing was that it was another question, and it said that 72% of our citizens that participated in that survey, they wanted to maintain a small town feel. There are no sidewalks that would be connecting your development to our downtown, which would making that a walkable community. That's really, it's not feasible. And then recently we did Sizemore, we did their charrette, and at that time they only suggested that we phase in a total of 88 living units through our entire downtown district. And of those 88 living units, only 10 of those were townhomes. The remaining 78 living units were made up of cottages, auxiliary dwelling units, missing middle, and lofts. So we're considered for removing a zoning that would allow for some of these lower, more affordable housing by removing a mobile home park to put in 93 townhomes, when yet Sizemore only suggests 88 complete living units through our whole downtown area.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm familiar with the Sizemore report. I've both looked at the master plan as well as read through kind of the presentation slides and the process that they went through. You all are familiar with it as well. It actually started off from Sizemore as a large senior living apartment building just north of this building on the city's track. And then through the input of the stakeholders, that morphed into a loft-style product, some duplexes, cottages, and townhomes. And again, I added up those 82 units, and they're on 5 acres. So that's 16 units per acre. And one of the reasons you don't see folks propose condos outside of really the perimeter and the core of Atlanta is that they're prohibitively expensive to build. You have to park them, you have to insure them differently, they have to be built to a commercial standard construction. It's called Type C construction. And what that does is actually drive up the price point of those condos that are supposed to be missing middle. You see that in that Sizemore report, one of the buildings they actually picked is from Virginia Highlands. And it's the brick Tudor-looking condo building. And those units go, well over, for a one-bedroom, $500,000, to a two-bedroom at $800,000. And so again, I think it's not just a density function, but it's a cost of construction function. Again, that's why we've landed on this product. And again, I can't help but notice the density there, regardless of the type of units, that the city's consultants, along with the city input, is designated 16 units per acre. That's 82 units on about 5 acres just north of this building. And we're 1,200 feet away, to Commissioner Whitfield's point, at 6 units per acre. And again, that's why we feel like that's a transitional zoning. We are further away from downtown. We're at 6 versus 16.
Okay, thank you. One other comment I would like to make. I have dissected 5 different studies over the last month as I delve into this project. And they all basically have the same thing, excuse me, theme, which is work, live, play, shop. And I just want to make the comment that if we're truly to create a work, live, play, shop community, there has to be places for residents to work. Page 11 of our comprehensive plan says over half of the workforce does not have a college degree, and the city should focus workforce training and economic development efforts on creating jobs that do not require a college education. Now, that right there is the true definition of an industrial type job. If we continue to erase industrial zonings, where do we propose that any industry be built for these residents that we hope to attract that would live in these type of places? It is a given that we're not going to go into residential areas to rezone those for industrial use, yet we continue to chip away at the very limited amount of land which is appropriate for industrial growth. Within our city limits, there's 4,768 acres. And within our designated downtown area, there are 957 acres. Citywide, our combined industrial zonings, and that does include heavy and light industrial, that's only 193.7 acres, or 4% of our downtown land. Page 45 of the Living Centers Initiative study lists goals. Goal 16 states, support employment growth in the downtown area. From page 13 of the comprehensive plan, there is a disproportionate number of large franchise and corporate businesses compared to local businesses. And the city needs to review local codes to determine whether they discourage small business growth and address as needed. Also, we need to incorporate a skilled trades network to encourage small growth business opportunities reminiscent of Loganville's history, such as carpentry, metalworking, textiles, et cetera. And again, those are all industrial uses. And if we'll look at the, there's a framework plan in one of the studies that I looked at, and it has Line Street being, in their long-range development plan, would be, as you stated earlier, commercial and industrial on that end. And that's what's conducive there. And so if we were to put residential in there, we're chipping away at what we actually need. We only have 4% of our land in the city that we can even put any industrial zoning in. And my question is, have you looked at other areas so that we're not killing one area that we need to create a work, live, play shop? Have you looked at other areas within our city to see if there's a better fit for your product?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to, again, there was a lot there, but I'll do my best to address it. I have not seen the studies that you're referencing. I've only studied what's available to me from the city, and that's the comprehensive plan that governs, that the city has officially adopted and that governs future land use, as well as the Sizemore report, which again does not do that, but it was posted on the City of Loganville's website. One thing that I noticed as I was listening to the question and thinking about how to respond, looking at all the citizens here to my right, one thing that I think they all had in common is that they are homeowners, and most of them from this area. And so I think the Line Street area, as defined by the audience tonight, is a residential character area. Yes, there's the one industrial node next to us, but that's it. The rest of Line Street is residential. And so again, that's why we feel it as the attached housing as a transitional zoning from the small node of industrial that if I was a city planner, I probably wouldn't put right there, but it exists, and all of the other concerned citizens that have their homes nearby. So the proposal of, hey, we should actually put more industrial in the residential character area, I think goes against both the comprehensive plan and the folks that are here tonight.
Thank you. And I want to, Ms. Piper mentioned the schools and her son's schools, and they're being overcrowded. Loganville is the second largest municipality in the county, yet we have the most crowded school cluster. And what I did notice is because your property is split into two counties, I spoke with the county, and there will be 2 sets of buses servicing those children. So we will have up to 8 buses a day in the morning and in the evening coming in, because you'll have Gwinnett County elementary, high school, and middle, special needs if needed, and you'll have Walton County schools coming in and out. And I just want to point out to my fellow council members that also will add a tremendous amount of safety factors for our children. From 2019 to 2023, there have been 5 accidents involving school buses in our city. And let's not forget that there was a fatality school bus accident on Ozora and 81, and it involved a left turn situation, because the school buses that'll be coming out of your neighborhood to go into Gwinnett County are going to be turning left to go back into Gwinnett County. Most likely will be going left to go back into Gwinnett County. And I just want to point out that we do have some safety issues there involving these children riding these buses twice a day, because there'll be 2 sets of buses coming out. And I also want to point out, as far as Brandon brought up traffic, a study, the most recent annual average daily traffic count that I could find at this time was from 2008. And in 2008, Highway 78 between Line Street and C.S. Floyd, which will be the opposite end of your street that is your development would be on. Back in 2008, that little small section saw 37,240 cars a day. Lawrenceville Road in the area of Line Street and C.S. Floyd Road saw a daily traffic count of 24,830. And now I'm quite certain that since 2008, those numbers have increased dramatically. And according to our own accident numbers, it appears that 12% of the accidents that happened in our city in 2023 occurred in the area of the Highway 20, C.S. Floyd and Line Street area. Improper left-hand turns are the most significant factor in traffic crashes in Loganville and anywhere else. And so I'm just really concerned about that left-hand turn. And I believe we had another, I don't remember which one it was, they brought up, can we not put a decel lane on 20, because you do have property facing 20, your front and 20, Lawrenceville Road, I'm not sure what you're calling it there, a decel lane, so at least the people that are coming, and I don't do the north, south, east, and west, coming from the Grayson direction towards Loganville, they're going to want to turn right onto Line Street to access your neighborhood. Would you consider putting a decel lane there to at least get that traffic off at an earlier stage than waiting and stopping them at a dead stop at Line Street? Well, that would be Bill's. I don't know, is that a GDOT thing? You're welcome.
Help us with that, Bill.
As we take it over to Bill.
Sure, it is.
Seems like a natural change.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good right now.
Okay. So my turn?
It's your turn.
Oh, great. So just one thing, Melanie brought up a bunch of different studies. And one thing you kind of threw out there was the comprehensive plan being a governing document, but it's not. I mean, it's a tool. So the comprehensive plan's a tool, the Seismic study's a tool. You know, those are all, this traffic study's a tool. They're all tools. So they're the stuff we use by. We don't have, you know, it's not like we have to build on whatever part, but it is a good tool in the fact that if you go through it, you look at the future land use map, and we know that's going to be a residential area where you're going. So what really gets me is kind of the mix down Line Street. You look down Line Street and you start off. We've already talked about the small RM8, and it's very small. I mean, it's what is it, like 6 different cottages in there, 4, whatever. But I mean, it's not. You go into the Kings, whatever. It's almost like the same, and it's RM4. I mean, it feels the same. You have a lot of R16 down the street, which is fairly comparable. The mobile home. You were saying how many you could fit, the total number that you could fit on the property, but I mean, if you just look at the density of mobile home density is we're allowed up to 4 per acre by ordinance. And even when you kind of broaden it out, you look at this Line Street. I mean, Line Street's one thing, but when you broaden it out and kind of look the 22 overlay that's across 20 and others, it's that's where I sit there and I look at the mix and I go, well, R6 seems the density that you provide seems to be more of the transition than what I was expecting. That's why it's like the RM4 kind of seems more. When it fits density-wise with all what's going on down the street, it just seems that might fit better. You've already said something on that. I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Did not those numbers, Bill, give us the information that the traffic there does not meet GDOT's criteria for having a decel lane?
So
That was for Line Street.
we're going back to the decel lane, sorry.
Yeah, well, I just want to cover what she was asking.
So, back to that. In your traffic study, the decel lane looked like the only part that you addressed was on Line Street. I didn't see that did you address State Route 20? We do not have an entrance or full access entrance on 20, so that's why we didn't address a turn lane, but Victor can talk about the warrants needed for a turn lane, as I'm sure I know your background with DOT could as well.
Go ahead. They're going to be speaking in French.
And I haven't forgotten Ms. Long's other questions about the school bus. I'm going to come back to that as well.
So the question is whether or not it's possible to build a decel lane and maybe even a left turn lane on SR 20, is that right?
That's right.
So, yes, in our study, page 17, our auxiliary lane analysis only focuses on our site driveway, and there's a reason for that. GDOT only applies these standards specifically to brand-new site driveways, and then whenever they make an exception, which is generally they'll either tell us or the developer up front. However, when we're talking about turn lanes on an existing roadway at an existing intersection, that's where things get a little trickier. So these thresholds that we show, for example, the threshold of 300 vehicles per day to warrant a left turn lane, that's for a brand new driveway for an intersection that doesn't yet exist. For an intersection that already exists, ultimately that's their decision. Even if there are more than 300 left turners per day, they still get the final say in the final decision on that. We didn't include recommendations here that would involve things completely outside of our control. And this is where I can't get too specific because we don't have all the information, but GDOT is, to the best of our knowledge, currently mulling an improvement project, which could potentially be a widening project on SR 20 at the location of that intersection. We do not currently have access to any information on specifics. Of course, we're a private transportation engineering company, so they don't just give us that information up front. But if they were to widen SR 20, then the possibility of a decel lane might not still exist if they're already widening, taking up that right-of-way that's available for an extra lane. So that's another reason why we couldn't just straight up give a recommendation for a decel lane, not only because their thresholds aren't the ultimate deciding factor when it comes to an existing intersection, but because their own potential widening project plans might just end up overriding that. They're performing their own studies, their own work within their own, their own group of engineers that won't rely on what we have to say, ultimately.
And just to follow up on that, there is a plan that picks up 20 from Brand Road and brings it all the way down. Their scoping study was done and the concept report has been approved, so it's available if you want to see it. But it is a 4-lane through there.
Yeah, so we are still going to actually try to, in the upcoming months, get in touch with GDOT, because it's not like this is the only project on SR20 in the vicinity of SR20 that we are working on, so it's really in our best interest to find out what's actually going on there for the sake of multiple studies that we're involved with. But we couldn't, especially at the time, back when we initiated the work on this in November, to speak with clarity or with certainty. We know it's going to be one way or another, so we did not include that recommendation, even though it is for sure that it would theoretically increase the safety at that intersection.
And then just to follow up on that, we did have a preliminary concept review with GDOT on this site plan. We received comments on, the distance between Line Street and a potential full access onto 20 versus the emergency access. And we got comments back from that initial review, and they did not include a decel lane on 20 to Line Street. Of course, we've got to go through the GDOT permitting process, and if GDOT says you have to have a decel lane on 20, that would be something we would have to do in order to do the project.
You good with that?
And so, that answered, hopefully, the GDOT question. Perfect. And then going back to the school buses, you're correct. There are 2 districts that our development is districted to. We have about 4 units, maybe, I guess if you call it half a unit, it'd be 5, that are districted to the Grayson School District, the Gwinnett County School District, and the remaining part of our subdivision is districted to the Loganville cluster. What we see time and time again with our townhome development is the demographic of our buyer does not have school-age children, or often very few. A lot of times it's either single folks or young couples, young professionals, or empty nesters, as we talked about. In the event they do have kids, they're not of school age yet. And typically when they do start to have school-age children, they want to transition from a townhome to a single-family home with a yard. And so I think, obviously safety is a huge issue. We don't want to put people in danger. That's not the business we're in. But I think in this particular case, that concern is mitigated.
So, sure. And thinking about the school buses too, I mean, I'm not sure what the concern would be. I mean, the buses are not going to go into the neighborhood, right? They'll just stop right there, load and unload.
That's correct. Typically, there's like a school bus waiting area on these developments where they come up to the front of the entrance and the school bus picks them up there.
So you brought it up before, as my next on my list was the driveway with the Knox, and I just wanted to know, so you have made contact with GDOT, you've said you've got preliminary comments. Do you have a flavor of what they think? I mean, is this approvable, or is it, because it is a condition that we have by our staff?
Yes, sir. This is we showed them the emergency access only. They had very few comments about it. I think it was the concrete thickness was the comment, and then they, I think, have to approve the style of the Knox box. And I'm just trying to remember the rest of the conversation. So, just what sort of pavement, the thickness. So, we think this is, very approvable to some of the comments that we heard on traffic, 25,000 or 30,000, whatever number you want to use on 20, and 35 to 40,000 cars a day on 78. Our traffic doesn't even put a blimp onto those numbers. That's why our traffic study has said that we're going to have such minimal impact on traffic, because those are such heavily trafficked roads. Yeah, I can't remember if I mentioned this or not, but, you know, the standard traffic counts for a two-lane highway is 15,000 cars a day. And currently on Line Street, I think, we didn't have counts, daily counts on Line Street, but we had them on, I believe, Pecan and C.S. Floyd, and both of those roads were right around 2,000 cars a day. So we would expect the traffic on Line Street to be very similar. Again, about a tenth of what the roads are designed to handle.
Now, and I just want to circle back. You show the on-street parking a little bit, but did you say that parking on the street is going to be prohibited? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. Outside of the, I've got the site plan pulled up now. You can see the bubble outs in the middle of our street there.
Right.
That show the designated on-street parking. Barry, how many spots are there? Somewhere in the north of 20 for the guest parking.
So, and I echo Mr. Parsons' concerns too. You've got a nice, sidewalk through your neighborhood. You do have the streets that, I mean, they're normal size streets, but then the driveways are fairly short. So if somebody does park in the driveway, what's the distance from the garage to the sidewalk?
So from the back of the curb of the sidewalk to the front of the garage is 18 feet, which again will take an F-150. So they're specifically designed so that you can have cars park in the driveway and not block the internal sidewalks. Are there the people that are not going to pull all the way forward? Of course, but again, that's why you have the HOA to enforce those things. I don't know if anyone's pointed out, we actually do have external sidewalks as well on our entire frontage, both on 20 as well as on Line Street. I don't know if we could zoom in on that plan, but they're shown there on the plan across our frontage.
All right, thank you.
If we owned more land there, we would put more sidewalks.
Hello. Okay. I have a question. I have some questions for staff and Mr. Allison, correct? You
Yes,
said
ma'am.
that y'all were all okay with the planning commission recommendation conditions, correct?
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, I just
ma'am.
wanted to confirm that. Can somebody tell me what a Knox box is?
As a locksmith, I'll be happy to tell you what a
Oh,
Knox box is.
Melanie, would you mind telling me what a Knox box is, please, dear?
The fire department uses these. You've seen them on the side of the buildings. They're a little hard metal box that usually has a red reflective label on it. It's mounted on there. The fire department has a key that opens every Knox box in our city, and inside that Knox box is a key to access the lock that they're attempting to. So basically, our fire truck pulls up, there's an emergency, they gotta get out, they gotta find the key to the Knox box, they gotta open the Knox box, get the key
So
out.
it's like a
Hope
fire
nobody's-
department realty box?
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't know, I just wanted to know what, so my next question was, how do you prevent people from using it? They don't have the magic key. Check. Got it, thank you. Melanie, you were talking earlier about the number of residential units recommended in the downtown overlay, but for the rest of council, this is not in the downtown overlay, is it?
Well, it's right on the cusp, but on the LCI study, which was adopted in 2010, then re-updated and re-adopted in 2015, it's got the framework plan, and we're carried all the way through Line Street and beyond a little bit.
Right, but we're talking about Sizemore and what they recommended downtown, but this would not be part of
No,
that recommendation,
It
correct?
wouldn't be, but
Okay.
we got to look at our whole downtown area, and
There-
I think anybody that's lived here probably considers Line Street part of the downtown area.
Well, I'm just comparing apples to
I know.
apples. I know, I haven't lived here
Yeah,
as long as
no,
you.
no, I'm good.
Got that. So I have a question for staff on the staff recommendations. I have never seen in the 6 years I've done this about building pads, and this seemed very technical. Why did we ask for these? What do they mean?
I believe, Robbie's got the microphone.
Robbie.
I've got a microphone, so.
Excellent.
Yeah, there is a non-state water pond located on this parcel. It is their intent to fill it, and in doing so, we are requesting that these extra steps be included to ensure the safety of the products, of the final products.
And you said it's a what kind of pond?
Non-state water.
non-state water, so it's just a collection pool of water?
It's a man-made pond.
It's a man-made pond. And why can't you just say it like that? And you're going to fill it. And the concern is, I guess, if we don't test the foundations, that they could sink or not be level or something as we go?
Yeah, we just wanted to put an extra step in there for somebody that's way smarter than our staff to verify these kind of things.
Can someone
can you
point out
point
on the
it-
map where that pond is?
I'm happy to address the.
I'm sorry.
If I could address,
could you
if I could address
show
the
it?
question,
That'd be
yes,
great.
ma'am.
Just-
So the existing pond on the property is on about the center of that plan, which would be, call it 5/6 of the way to the left, where the two roads intersect. And it's a pond, that's about right, we're about where the fire pit is. And it's a pond that sometimes has water in it and sometimes doesn't. When we put the property under contract, we looked at the aerial images, saw that it sometimes had water, sometimes didn't. We've actually already done geotech testing on that pond area. On the whole thing, we did hand augers to test the soil and the compaction. There's between 1 foot and 2 feet of alluvial soils, which are the non-compactable, think organic type soils. And it's a very standard process to scoop out those 2 feet of bad soils, spread them in parts of the site that aren't being used, or haul them off-site, and fill it properly with compacted land. Staff condition is just essentially asking that we provide compaction studies on those developed pads before we start the vertical units, and we're fine with that condition.
You're okay with that condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
There was another one that I had here about that we're fine with planning staff's conditions. Tonight was the first time we had heard, we were not provided the two most recent conditions of the final verbiage of the geotechnical testing that we just discussed, as well as the requirement for cul-de-sacs. That was another condition that was added. We submitted our plans 2 months ago. Staff reviewed the plans, fire department reviewed the plans, transportation reviewed the plans. We actually redesigned our cul-de-sac based on the direct feedback that we got from staff. We had that cul-de-sac designed differently when we first submitted our plan, that hammerhead designed differently when we first submitted our plan. We had that call with the fire department, transportation department, and the planning staff, and they told us to design it this way. I'm not sure what happened between that call and planning commission where we designed it this way, presented the plans, and tonight, because again, tonight's the first time I've seen that condition. We asked that they be provided to us prior to the meeting, and they were not.
Sure, I understand. Do we have any comment on that, or?
Legal counsel for the applicant was provided with those conditions. The verbiage may have been fine-tuned, but legal counsel was provided with those
Okay.
stated staff conditions last week.
So is what you're saying that originally you wanted to do cul-de-sac, and then based on feedback you got from somebody here, you changed it to hammerhead? But you'd
No,
be okay with
we had a
cul-de-sac?
different design of the hammerhead.
Okay.
We had the call, and they said, we don't like that design of the hammerhead, do it this way. So
Okay.
that's why we designed it 60 feet on each side.
Okay.
Having said that, if it's, council has a burning desire to have a traditional cul-de-sac meeting the turning radiuses versus the 2018 fire code, which Loganville's told us they follow, which allows this, we can agree to that condition on the cul-de-sacs
Okay.
as well.
I'm sorry that you weren't informed, or you didn't know it. I'm sure that wasn't. Okay, so, all right, I got that. All right, so here's my last question, Melanie. It kind of goes back to you, because you were talking about the industrial, and that this place is, this second parcel is, we only have 4% of industrial, but, so I was looking in Municode about what light industrial could be. So, I think, Mr. Allison, you said that with the existing verbiage, the existing zoning, we could have 24 mobile homes or 50,000 square feet of warehouse industrial. Is that right?
It would actually be both.
No, I know. 24 homes on the mobile home side and 50,000 square feet of warehouse or industrial on the light
Or
industrial.
manufacturing, correct.
Right. So these are the things that you could have in light industrial that would never come before our council. Scientific laboratories, RV dealership, textile manufacturing, storage units, bottling plants, apparel manufacturing, manufacturing, processing, assembly, operations of heavy material, storage and sale of heavy material and products. So I don't know that what you said about industrial really makes the point. If we only have 4% and we lose this small lot, I think we'd be at 3.76%. So I think we have to, in some ways, I'm hearing from everybody, but as a counterpoint, how would I tell the people that have, all the people that spoke, that I wrote everything down, oh, yeah, sorry, no condos, townhomes, whatever, but here's a 50,000 square foot manufacturing facility with heavy trucks, and we would never see them here.
I can't speak for everybody, but the residents that live in that area that spoke to me would far rather see an industrial type use as they're currently used to. They're used to that. They've lived there for years, and they're already used to that. And so they seem to be okay with.
Yeah, right, but, so let me ask another question. I know we don't like trucks, like on Lee Bird, et cetera, you can't have trucks, but if it was industrial zoned and somebody went in there and tore it down and built again, could they just run 18-wheelers up and, yeah, they could, right? Okay.
May I make a comment?
I'm done.
Oh, I just want to make a comment. A comment about what might happen in the future, where, it might be a warehouse, or it might be this, or it might be that. Sorry, not used to this microphone. I think, for me, I think it's best to deal with the here and now, because that's what we know is going on right this minute. In the future, if a 50,000 square foot warehouse wants to build there, then here y'all will be sitting here, and you can make that decision then.
No, we wouldn't.
We'd never get the decision. If it's.
Because it's already
That's
zoned,
my
is what
point.
you're saying.
It's already zoned. It would never be here. It's like everybody that gets mad about chicken places and vape shops. If it's CH, it can go there. So this is LI, so that everything that I just listed, along with 30 other things I didn't say, can go there. We'd never see it. I mean, I agree you can't buy trouble, but.
All of you who are not for this, what do you think about that? Just good? Yes, I do.
We already put up with 18.
Hold on. I think we should make a step to the podium or use the microphone.
Say if I do, I really need one.
Yes.
It's for the end.
John Sosby, in case y'all don't know who I am by now. We already put up with AT&T leaving every morning at 6 o'clock when they come out of there with their big rigs, bouncing and braking. We've had to move from our front bedroom to our back bedroom because of the traffic up and down Fair Street. We already put up with the underground services that these townhomes they're going to design and sell for $300,000 are going to be backed up against industrial. They've already got it zoned industrial, leave it industrial. If they want to put 24 mobile homes on that park, I know a lot of people that have grown up in mobile homes that have turned out to be decent individuals. So if you're going to leave it like it is, leave it like it is. Leave it industrial. Let them build what they want. We need the jobs in Loganville to attract people to come to work. So we are a destination and not a pass-through, which we are currently. We just a pass-through. So living on Fair Street, I'd rather see a $50,000 or a 50,000 square foot warehouse put in there than 96 townhomes that are going to be backed up against the other part that's already industrial. If I had my phone with me, I'd show you video, and if you want to go to my Facebook page, you can see where I posted every morning what we see leaving out of AT&T, leaving out of the other big underground services, the big red spools on the trailers. They come out of there already. I'd rather we already have semi-trucks running up and down the road as it is. What's 3 or 4 more compared to 3, 4, 5, 600 cars a day? You ask.
Hi, good evening. I'm Amanda Sosby. I live at 261 Fair Street. He's mine. I'd like to point out that when we talk about our small roads, and I'm talking about Line, Rock, Pecan, and Fair Street, tractor trailer trucks don't come down those streets. I know you think the power lines are low, the trees are too close to the road.
I didn't say they did.
Well, but that's part of the general conversation about if you were to have a light industrial, you know, you'd be inundated with all these type of vehicles that typically come in and out of light industrial. Gotcha, hear it. We don't currently have that problem. What we've got, as John described, are a lot of AT&T type trucks, a lot of big, we get a lot of Amazon trucks. And by the way, when an Amazon truck comes down my street or a UPS truck comes down my street, I have to pull over to let them go past me.
How wide is Line Street?
They're saying, did I hear the number that it was, did you all say 18 feet? Yeah, 18. Okay.
How wide is a normal street?
Standard, I believe, is 24. So we're already behind the 8 ball.
Wow.
Not to mention that the streets are not curbed and guttered. So all you have to do is pull off far enough and you're over in a ditch. There's nothing to prevent you from that happening. As John mentioned, we've moved to the back bedroom because the noise at the front of the street's already gotten so loud. And no, I would not take as a consideration putting speed humps down my street at Fair Street. I certainly don't want to listen to that. I've refrained from speaking about any of this because I've let him take the lead, but I did want to answer that question. I would prefer to see light industrial.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still Greg Lott. I put up with all of the mail trucks coming up and down Pecan Street all day long. Mail trucks, all day long from the post office. Now, you're talking about putting this development right here at 20. Those people are not going to be able to enter that highway at 20. What they going to do, they're going to come around, cut through Pecan Street, go up to the red light to get on 20 or either get on 78. They're not going to be able to get in the highway right there. I try to come here to the city hall to pay my water bill, and I'll sit there 10 minutes trying to get into the highway just to make a right-hand turn. So when you put that development there with 93 homes, those people will not be able to get into that highway. They're going to come around Pecan Street, either go up there on, at the little cutoff by the post office and get on 78. And I know how they're going to get on 20. They coming down my street. I get enough traffic down my street now.
So what you're saying is you would prefer light industrial and mobile homes?
I mean,
Okay,
we've been
thank-
dealing with, I've been there 36 years when we've been dealing with the little light industrial that we
Thank
have
you.
now. So you just reconsider that mess about letting, you got 93 homes with double car garage. So mainly that's 186 cars. It's got to go somewhere. And I'm retired. I don't know about nobody else, but I don't want to hear or see it all day long.
But we'll consider that mess. Thank you.
I had one other question, I'm sorry. Mr. Allison, are your streets, I'm sorry to make you stand back up again. It's like church. Are the streets public or private?
They're shown on the plan as public, as private, but they're built to public standards, and so we'd be fine either way.
So they're private?
Yeah, I have the same question, other comments about that too.
So it's private? Okay, because I was going to say you cannot mandate street parking on a public street.
And that's to my point, is then it becomes, it just flows downhill to the police department to go in there and take care of this.
Well, I don't believe that the police
No,
department
no, no.
enforces
Let me clear-
covenants.
Yeah, let's clear about that.
That's
It'd be your
my
HOA.
point. That's my point. The covenants don't get enforced, and the police department can't enforce it.
Mr. Rosenthal, did you have a comment? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to clarify. If they're private streets, you wouldn't have city
Correct.
police enforcing any parking regulations on the private
Thank you.
streets. Just want to clarify that.
That's my point.
How do you determine if they're private or public? Because in my neighborhood, they're public.
because they've been accepted by you as the council to be a city asset.
Okay,
And then the council's responsible for all maintenance where it's
I
on
know.
private side.
I like that part.
Mr. Ellison, what's the width of the streets in this development? Did it not get increased?
It did. I believe they're 28 feet wide, which is the city requirement. So that's our internal streets. Again, Line Street is about 18 feet wide as it exists today. We're widening that with our turn lane. I think there's been some comments on some of the streets to the south, Fair Street and some of the internal neighborhood streets. And some of those are not as wide as 18 feet. But again, our development's on Line Street. That's where it's 18 feet for 2 lanes. We're widening it.
So again, help me understand this. So how do we determine who owns the streets, whether the HOA owns them or the city? How does that get determined in this whole process?
So we've designated them on our plan as private streets, which are allowed under Loganville's development code. And so that would be, when we go through the permitting process, that's where that gets solidified. The final plat, they get recorded
Okay.
as.
And and I'm not looking for an exact number, but ballpark, what's the HOA dues a year?
For a project like this, again, we have not worked up our HOA budget, so I don't want to misspeak. Whether I say $50 a month or $100 a month, it may not sound like a big difference, but that's twice what the budget would be between those two numbers. So I'd prefer to have an actual budget in front of me before I respond to that.
Okay,
They'd be in line with other town-owned communities in the market.
200, 500?
More like 500 a year is what I
Okay.
would think.
And the reason I ask that is if I understand it right, if
But again,
there's-
that's a ballpark. Please don't.
Okay, no, I get you,
Okay.
yeah. And if I understand it right, if the HOA owns the streets, they also own the sewer system underneath?
Now, we have easements for the sewer system.
So if something catastrophic happens to the sewer system,
It's our
the HOA is not responsible?
That's correct. If it's the sewer system or the water system. It would
Okay.
belong to the city. So in public roads, we have right-of-ways. In private streets, we have easements.
Okay, so do Public Works get to come on the property and pick up yard clippings?
Absolutely.
You know why I'm asking this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so, okay. I think that must have changed over time then. I don't want to set up an HOA for failure. And what about paving the asphalt to repay the streets 10 years down the road? Whose dime is that on, the HOA or the city?
Yeah, with private streets,
Right.
reserves like that are accounted in the budget.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's, as private streets, it's not a city burden, it's on the HOA.
Right, right. So I'm just saying, I'm sensitive to the HOA. I don't want to set this up for failure 10 years down the road when something catastrophic happens and the HOA doesn't have enough funds to pay for it.
This is a very standard practice to have internal subdivision streets be private roads. And they're set up with an HOA budget that accounts for a portion of that budget every year to be set aside for reserves.
Right, they should, yes.
Done? Done? Oh, no. When you build out your properties, do you sell them at that point? Or do you retain ownership throughout the end of time, so to speak?
Well, when units are sold, they're sold to individuals. So we do not, there's no possible way for us to retain ownership. So the way it works is the individual units go to individual owners, and the common areas are dedicated to the HOA.
You keep talking about my HOA. When will that not be your HOA, when they're sold out?
Yes, ma'am.
So then the owners of the HOA become the HOA, right?
That's correct, yes,
So you
ma'am.
can't, at this point, guarantee us anything beyond your development. I mean, once they're built and sold, you cannot guarantee us what the HOA of the homeowners may or may not do. Is that true?
But as my father tells me, there's nothing guaranteed in life other than taxes and death.
Yeah.
But they're recorded HOA covenants. And so again, those are like laws that follow the property into the end of the time, until which time they're amended by a majority vote, which also has to have the vote of those lien holders as well. That's a very difficult thing to do, is change the HOA covenants. And so, again, nobody's trying to hide the ball. I think that a functioning HOA, which all of our developments are, have a budget that takes care of their neighborhoods and are often the best looking thing around, because they do have centralized things like landscaping and lawn care, where you know, a lot of internal neighborhood streets, driven up and down Line Street and Fair Street and Pecan Street, and there's plenty of those properties that, you know, aren't maintained. I mean, again, I point to the commercial property to our west that last check had about 50 cars parked on a 1 acre lot. You know, I'm not one of the folks that lives there, but if it was my neighborhood, I would much rather have a well-maintained, landscaped street frontage in my residential neighborhood than, you know, something that's either unkept, overgrown, or has 50 cars parked on it.
I agree. I think my point, I was just trying to make a point that once you're sold out, it becomes, the HOA becomes the property, if you will, of the homeowners. At least that's the way it is in my neighborhood. We've changed quite a few covenants. So it's not unusual that homeowners go in and change their covenants. That's the only point I'm making. It's not anything beyond that. Yes, we do. Yeah. Yeah, but we've changed quite a few.
And I imagine those changes were for the good of the neighborhood. That you
It depends on who you talk to, right?
Sure, but of the 80%, would believe that those changes were for the good of the neighborhood, not removing a restriction to make the community worse.
Of course, we were told, this is nothing to do with you, but the 80% of the people in the room at the time. But, okay, I'm moving on. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to now be going into just making some comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you.
Which you're free to, once I make them, obviously, stand back up and fuss at me. We have, our ordinance 119.85 says that we shall consider 9 points when we make decisions on zoning. So what I've done, I've not gotten so involved in whether you're doing a cul-de-sac or whether you're doing this, that, and the other, because we haven't even approved this development yet. So I'm kind of backing off of that. I can understand why people want to know, but I'm kind of waiting to see if we approve it. By the way, I noticed in your other communities, you would have like 25 stipulations and 13 stipulations. You know what I'm talking about? And your other, like Mableton and Cobb County. I told you could sit down, didn't I? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Not a
That
problem.
just went through my
I think you mean
mind.
zoning conditions?
Stipulations for the rezoning.
Correct, yeah, so we consider those zoning conditions
Okay,
that are either
okay.
placed by staff or the council or planning commission or self-suggested.
Thank you.
And, you know, we've offered several more that we would agree to. And so it really just depends on the municipality. Sometimes we get zoned unconditionally, which means that just the zoning category goes down without any conditions. And we've had as many as, you know, 20 or 25 conditions for some complicated master plan communities.
Sure. I make that point only for council's benefit because some of the stipulations are quite good, I thought. I've got copies of them. I'm not going to go through them right now, but if we approve, before we vote, we might want to discuss some of these stipulations, maybe add to the ones we've already got, just a thought. Okay, thank you, I'm sorry, that
No
just went
problem.
through my head.
Thank
And
you.
when things go through my head, they don't stay there very long, so. 119.85, I'm back to that, the 9 factors, public safety being one. Not number one, but it's one of the factors. I spoke with somebody in public safety and about the officers that we currently have on hand. We have in 2024, we have 20 officers. In 2013, we had 16 officers. So in that many years, we've only increased officers by 4. The population has increased by about 6,000 people, but our officers have only increased by 4. I was told, too, that because of the hiring challenges, not because of the budget, because Danny has said that he would, provide officers, but nobody wants to be an officer anymore. So because of hiring challenges, we're limited into the officers we can have. So now our public safety department, our officers are acting more as in a reactionary position, which means they get a 911 call, they go to it, as opposed to discretionary, which is they sit and, patrol traffic and give out speeding tickets, which y'all probably glad to hear they don't do a lot of that anymore, and enforcement, which they prefer to be able to do both, by the way. It's not something, they're not in a position of preference right now, but because of where we are in the world, the country, police don't want to be police anymore. We had 6, let me make sure I got this right, 6 officers retire in the last 2 years. So we're losing more than we're getting, Terry. That's public safety. I think, just in my opinion and the opinion of, individuals I have spoken with that are in public safety, that's not a position they want to be in. So I think we need to consider that when we're adding to the population. If we don't have people to deal with that, then I think, we are setting ourselves up potentially for issues.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted the opportunity to jump on that real quick.
Sure.
A lot of folks think that adding housing units is what increases population, and that's actually not the case. What adds to population in an area is job creation, and then folks come and job creation and birth. And housing is a byproduct of those two things. I would argue a necessity of those two things. And so, saying, well, if we add these houses, the population is going to increase, so we better not add the houses. The population is going to increase whether we build these 93 homes or not.
So you say jobs increase the population because people come for the jobs. What jobs have we added? Have you studied that here in Loganville to justify 93 townhomes?
Yeah, I would say I looked at the previous zoning history of Loganville over the last 4 years. I went back through COVID, and we didn't see a single residential development that had been approved, a new zoning approved in Loganville over the last 4 years. And so I would argue, yes, there have definitely been jobs created in Loganville over the last 4 years. That there just has. There's been businesses that have opened. There's been job growth and population growth.
Currently, right now, as I'm talking to you, we have 764 residences of some kind coming out of the ground. We have 131 townhomes on Tommy Lee Fuller. We have Claude Brewer, which is 147 homes. We have Sharon Commons, which is 83 townhomes, Logan Point, 83 townhomes, and the cottages, which are not townhomes per se, they're more like apartment homes. I don't know if you've been out there to see those. That's 320. So we have 764 waiting for the jobs to come, I guess, based on what you're saying, to come into Loganville to fill those that are, like I say, currently coming out of the ground.
I can actually take it even broader out if you want.
Okay.
So, the Atlanta MSA, using a big number, that's all the counties around Atlanta. Us builders are doing between 25 and 30,000 homes a year. And we'll just use 30,000. Atlanta population, that MSA, is projected to grow by 2.5 million people over the next 15 years. So if you look at 30,000 houses over 15 years, that's 450,000 homes that are going to be created for a population of 2.5 million new people. That's a problem. I think that shows it's a crisis. You can read the national news and it's a crisis. You can read the local news and it's a crisis. There are not enough homes being created.
Is that all the questions from the council?
No,
No? Okay, let's have questions.
I was letting him
That-
finish
it ain't
talking.
his- But
I
it's
thought
not
that
their
was the
job to
polite
determine how
thing to
many
do.
police officers we need. That's not what they do. It's
Excuse
not
me?
their job to balance out everything in our city. That's not what they do. It's our decision to make this particular project what we're talking about.
It's our decision to talk about public safety, which is what I just did.
That ain't their job to fix public safety, it's ours.
Okay, Skip. Would you let me, and not interrupt me, and let me just keep going?
Well, if you
And
ask
then-
questions, I'd be happy to. If we don't, I won't. I like questions. That's what this is for.
I'm making statements at this point, Skip, which I have
Well-
every right to do.
If we're being kind, you have every right. This is really a question session to get the
Is that true,
answers
Mr.
from the developer.
Rosenthal? Am I out of line?
Yes, generally, the mayor is correct. We conducted the public hearing. After the public hearing, the purpose is for inquiry. Then, when this matter comes before you for consideration, certainly it is appropriate for discussion. That is, either there's a motion or there's not a motion. And during that time for consideration of those motions, there certainly can be discussion, statements made as to why a council member may be for it or against it, why a council member is concerned about particular issues. But generally, at the close of a public hearing, the purpose of the close of public hearing, or even during the public hearing, although we didn't do that for cleanness tonight, is to ask the questions that you have of the fact presenters. What are the questions of the applicant that you want to hear answers to? What are the questions of staff that you want to hear answers to? You may have more questions on Thursday night after you've pondered this, but generally statements as to why or this is a concern or that is a concern are generally reserved for the discussion period when a motion is being considered. So to answer your question directly, generally, yes, the mayor is correct in his assessment of what is the appropriate way to proceed forward at this point.
When will we have the discussions?
Okay, that's what I just answered. We will have the
I
discussion.
know, but will that be Thursday night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Generally, it's appropriate for discussion to be had by the mayor and council when they are considering the decisions that they are to make.
Okay. I don't want to be out of line, so I'm going to wrap it up, but I'm seeing people shaking their head no. May I go on? Does council mind if I go on? Can I go on? You tell me what is legally permissible.
That is, the mayor conducts and controls this meeting. So, I mean, I will highlight, y'all have the full opportunity to thoroughly vet and look at this and consider this. But just from a practical perspective, this hearing has been conducted or this particular agenda item, you've been on it for over 2.5 hours. That is generally highly uncommon, highly unusual, and certainly for a rezone project that's only about 16 acres, highly abnormal.
So because
what if we go
it's
through
gone
more-
on so long, I don't get to talk?
No, that's not what I
you had
said,
your
but
time.
I will say that it is the mayor's meeting to control and conduct, and so if the mayor's asking for discussion to be reserved until the appropriate time for discussion, that's appropriate control of the conduct of the meeting. So I think he was about to make a suggestion of going on for some additional time
Yeah,
limit.
maybe we can go on for 5 more minutes and then questions is what this is for. That's what they're here to answer.
Well,
Please.
these people are here to hear other things. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if it's I'm not bucking the legal position or the correct position or anything like that. What I don't know how many of our citizens can be here on Thursday night. And Skip, if you'll give me just a little time to present the discussion that I don't mind presenting again on Thursday, so the citizens that are here can hear it. Is that okay? Or, I mean, I can stop. You tell me.
Well, I said maybe we'll go another 5 minutes and get what you need to cover and covered, and we'll move on. They can come back Thursday night if it's an imperative that they hear it or not. They can look at TV on the YouTube.
And
The thing is, we got to do this and get this piece of it done so we can move on.
Ann has a compromise. Oh.
This is a work session, but in this case, it's also a public hearing on these zoning issues. That's the reason everyone gets to give their input. This is the second public hearing we've had. Well, it doesn't say a lot of things on the agenda. It's just the way we do it. Be fine.
I'm only going to go through one more thing I've got. Oh, she turned me off. I've got several, but I'm only going to go through one more thing, and I'll do the others on Thursday. I hope y'all can come on Thursday, or at least watch YouTube, maybe. Schools. You had mentioned, Mr. Allison, the importance of children having a home. I'm just making a statement of fact at the moment.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead. And I think it's far more important that they have a good education. That's what I was going to state there. We currently have, the schools were originally built, it's called the Loganville Cluster. And for those who don't know what that is, that's the high school, the middle school, the Loganville Elementary School, Bay Creek, Sharon Elementary. They were originally built to house 5,810 students. Currently enrolled are 5,673 students. That leaves 137 open slots for students. That is, that's not counting the 764 units that I said were currently coming out of the ground. If you take, if I can find my math, if you take 764 units, and I used an average of 2.5 children because my research indicated that on 3 bedrooms, it would normally be 3 to 4 children, so I just used 2.5 thinking that was fair. That's another 1,910 potential children entering in our school system in the future, because these 764 units are coming out of the ground. Nobody lives in them yet, except some in the cottages. That doesn't include the 93 townhomes, which potentially could be 232 children. So when you add that up, you're talking way over what our school system was projected to have for students. And I know the reason I delved into this because I've heard so many complaints about schools being overcrowded. And so I decided to get the numbers, get the facts, get the numbers, and then we don't have to speculate or have opinions of what we think overcrowded is. I went directly to the board of the school and got this information. So I'm just sharing that with you as part of an issue that would, if I were a parent with a child in school, I would want to consider that. And it is something we can consider. Thank you. This is to be continued on Thursday.
Very good.
Thank you, Skip.
That wraps up the public hearing on planning and zoning. And with that said, the vote will be taken on Thursday. And now we'd like to give the council a bathroom break for about 5 minutes, please. Some of them have already headed that way.
If we can just get a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
No. All right, we got a motion. Second. All in favor? All opposed? 5 minutes. Thank you. I used to be in that position. You want my urology?
Oh, you did?
Can we have a motion to go back into session? Okay, I have a motion to go back into our session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have several seconds. With that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're back into session. And now we'll move on to our next, even though we have lost part of the audience, we'll move on to Finance and Human Resources Committee. Ann Hunsinger.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to discuss.
Oh, come
Well,
on.
if they were still here, it'd probably be some applause, wouldn't it? I understand. Okay, we'll move now to thank you, Ann. We'll move now to Public Safety Committee. Melanie Law.
I have nothing to report tonight, thank you.
Could have been another applause. I mean, who knows? But anyway, then we'll move on. Thank you, Melanie. We'll move on to Public Utilities Transportation Committee. Bill Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got several items on the agenda tonight. The first item is for the Director of Utilities has requested is to install a grinder at the Logan Point pump station. So debris and rags and stuff continually go through that pump station and clog it up, causing service. They have the grinder and just needed installed. This installation is pretty sizable. It's $41,903. You want to add anything to that, Danny?
No, this is going to go in a manhole prior to the Logan Pump Station to catch it there. So this quote is actually half what it was. It was $80,000 from another bid. So it's a company that I believe we've used before, and staff recommends we go ahead and approve it.
And if I'm right, Danny, that makes all the other equipment last longer?
Yeah, we just replaced both pumps, if you recall, late last year, and it was, both of them were clogged with rags. I have pictures if you want to see.
And they're
the meeting.
expensive.
Yeah, after you eat, I'll show you the pictures.
Yeah, right, I agree. Okay,
So is there any questions, other questions from the council?
I have a question. Do you have an invoice for the $41,903?
An invoice? No, it's a quote. We haven't paid for it yet.
Did they give you a proposal, or was the quote over the phone, or?
Proposal, Brendan? Yes.
You
Was
do
it
have
not?
something written?
Yes, Brendan? Yeah.
I don't know. Myself personally would prefer to see that written proposal before we vote. Can we hold this to Thursday, Bill?
sure.
Well, we're not voting till Thursday. I'll have Brandon email it to you
Oh,
tomorrow.
okay, that works.
We will not put that on consent
So you're not
agenda.
going to do consent? Okay.
Okay. Okay?
I would, but that's fine. We'll wait.
So I'd, real quick, like I said, we, for Thursday consideration, put that for ARPA as well. Funding source.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, second item on the list is so the state has authorized additional LMIG funds to be distributed amongst the counties and municipalities. We're getting about as much as we got in the original award. So what we have before us is to accept this additional award. Now, what we got in 2024 was $160,252.28. Do we know the exact number, Danny?
No, they said it would be close to the 2024 numbers in the video that they sent out, we watched.
And do we have to vote on this?
They're just authority to go for it. It'll have to come back once it opens up. This is just giving us the permission to do an application. And then when we get rewarded, it'll come back to y'all for approval.
So this means there's more roads that we can pave?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Now, we can put that on the consent agenda, can we not? We can?
that would be great. Is anybody
Okay.
I'm good.
good with that? All right, consent. So the next item is, we've got a couple of stormwater we need engineering performed. So the first one is, so PPI, Precision Planning Incorporated, gave us a quote to, this first one, let's see. This project is for the replacement rehabilitation of this is for the corrugated metal pipes after we've had the failure at Stonecrest and we've gotten a number of issues around. What the city has done is they've gone out and they've looked at some of these corrugated metal pipes that are in under streets similar, and these are what they've categorized as these are the ones that are in the worst condition. So the condition of, that need to be replaced. And so what's before us tonight is the quote from Precision Planning, who we have two firms that do our work for us in this, Precision Planning and Keckenwood. They've got quotes. This is a engineer proposal. This proposal is for $49,192.50 with a 5% contingency. It also goes on a rate sheet that they've provided for this for the city. We also would use this funding with ARPA and jump on this and get the engineering done, and then we'd have to come back and then we could parse out and make projects to make these repairs.
Bill, I have a question. This $49,192.50, I had a hard time assimilating this in my mind. This includes parts, labor, this is everything, this is an out the door, or is this just the engineering and the parts? And then what is this? This is everything out the door?
This is just the engineering. This is to go out
Just
and
the
survey it,
engineering.
figure out what the area that the storm water, you got to figure out how much water's going there, figure out what the right size pipe is, what to replace it with, because you can't just go out there and change it in kind. You want to make sure it's fully sufficient.
Right.
So it's the complete package.
Okay, thank you.
Now, then you let the projects, that'll be a construction cost later.
And that will come back before us.
That will come back before us.
Okay, thank you.
Any idea how much that will cost, the completed project, the construction and all? Danny, none? No idea?
Not until they survey it and they may have to make a recommendation on rehabbing it versus replacing the whole system.
Okay. What
Rest
about the
assured,
detention
it
pond?
won't be cheap.
What is that? That seems not to line up with the other.
So it basically does. Brandon and I have been working on that detention pond for a long time, and I'll tell you the short version of why it lines up.
Okay.
Because that outlet is right up against your roadbed, just like the one that y'all spent a lot of money to, was it $800,000 or $900,000 you had to do the emergency repair on?
Yes, okay.
So basically, that detention pond has been an issue for quite a while. We've done
Okay.
a lot of work trying to address it. The reason why it's lumped in with that one is because, and Brandon can speak to this more particularly, but basically it lined up with the issue of stormwater going underneath the roadbed.
Okay.
That's
Trying
right.
to prevent what happened.
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And that's Baker Carter, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you don't,
A quick question I've got is the department staff report from Brandon lists PPI's quote is $49,192.50, and the total project fee in the attached quote is $46,850.
It's 5%.
The math doesn't make the 5%.
Yeah, add 5% into it, it should.
It doesn't math. Sorry.
so what's, do the math.
Now it does. It maths.
I'm sorry?
It maths. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what was that one more time?
I was wrong. It maths.
Louder.
Because I did that one. I just used Brandon's letterhead, so that's why I was curious. Usually when I'm wrong, it's because they were wrong. I'm just kidding. I'm always wrong, y'all.
There you go, Natalie. You know
So-
who your friends are.
All right, so I'd like to put that on consent. Is there any,
And trying to scare me over there.
all right?
Okay? Consent.
Thank you. So the last one I have is another, it's another quote from PPI. This is for the Chandler Hawk Pump Station in Forest, Maine. It was installed in 2001. The existing main is about 550 feet in length. It's ductile, 8-inch ductile iron pipe. It's needs to be replaced, and the city's also looking at improvements connecting to what is about the Claude Brewer Road, Danny?
Yes, they looked at where it's currently run, and they proposed to run it a different location. It would be dump out in the Claude Brewer versus where it's dumps now, which is Park Place, I believe, Baker Carter.
So this number does include all the labor, this is a,
This is strictly engineering.
this is still strictly
There are
engineering.
no construction, that'll come during the bid phase.
In a big way.
Yeah, big deal.
This is, we did get an estimate from this is 1.6 to 1.8 million.
And the money will come,
This one is ARPA and capital recovery.
can you tell me what that means, capital recovery, how you go about?
Capital recovery is the money that developers pay when they when they tap to our water and sewer. We charge
Okay.
a fee, and that money can only be used for new projects, for new
Okay.
infrastructure, water, sewer, stormwater.
Okay, thanks.
So the quote by PBI is $97,539.75. It also includes the 5% contingency. If there's no other question, are there any questions? I'd like to put that on contingency as well.
Everybody okay with consent? Yeah. Okay.
All right, with that, Mr. Mayor, that's all my items.
Very good, Bill. Thank you. And we'll move to Public Works Facilities. Patty Wolf.
We have a facilities issue tonight, or not issue, but did y'all get your, in your package requesting the 26.5 to remodel? Any questions?
Danny, did we not remodel, when was the last time we remodeled that, and what did we spend on that at that time?
I don't know
Hasn't
what we
really been
spent,
a
but
long time ago.
No, I want to say it was 2013, 2014. We did the floors and I believe paint, but all the floors are bulky now because they was not installed. Staff did it, and I don't think we let them acclimate, but now it's separated. Highly requested from events that we remodeled this building.
This is one of our most widely used buildings, most rented buildings. And some of the things just a little outdated, like the blinds still have the cords that kids could mess with. and
What
get
does it
hurt on.
rent for? I've never even been in there. What does it rent for? Is it a standard rental fee?
150 or 125?
150 a day. 150 a day.
125.
150 a day?
I will tell you in just a second.
After it gets done, maybe. We can probably go up afterwards.
Yeah, if we remodel it, we can justify a price rate.
There you go.
You get fancier birthday
What'd you
parties.
say, Janice? I've never even been in there.
No.
Okay, Danny,
That's what he's checking on, how much rent.
has that money already been spent? Is it finished? Or we still got to do it?
We haven't started because you haven't approved me yet.
Okay, well, let's get her done.
I believe they started demo. I shouldn't say that. Demos started, but that's it.
So what do we do if we don't approve?
Danny, the fee is
Yeah.
it's $125 plus a $25 non-refundable administration fee
Per day, right?
per day, plus a $100 refundable security deposit.
Thanks, Robbie. I'd like to move it along, Skip, but I'd also much prefer to have an invoice or invoices or something showing where that amount came from. Can you get, and maybe we can do it on Thursday? No? How do you know it's 26.5?
It's an estimate that Dustin's put together on price quotes he's done, looking at stuff from Home Depot. A lot of the stuff we'll do. As far as the painting and flooring, we'll sub that out. He may have quotes on the painting and flooring, but as far as a lot of the lighting, stuff like that, he does all that.
Yes, we don't. Do you have any notes or anything about the amounts, like so much for flooring? Oh, will you get that to Danny, and then Danny, if you can get that to me before Thursday, that would be great. Does that work for you?
Okay.
Thank you. Then if y'all don't mind tabling that till I can see something.
Not a
It
problem.
comes from my background. Sorry.
It doesn't need to be, just clarification, you don't need to table it, you can just leave it on as an action item for
I
Thursday.
have no idea, Paul.
Instead of it going to the, you'll be able to consider it on Thursday. It doesn't have to be tabled.
Okay.
And then y'all can consider it on Thursday as a separate action item, not on the consent agenda.
When does it have to be tabled, just for my education?
If you're not going to take action on it tonight, but this is not, this is a work session, not your, you can always take action at any meeting if you want to.
Okay.
But traditional practice is you're expected at your work sessions unless we notate that we're going to take action.
Okay.
Emergency situation, urgent, deadline, those sort of things, that we'll discuss it tonight, and you'll take action at your regular meeting on Thursday.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anything else?
I think that's it. We have, let me just make a quick March 6th, this Saturday is trash pickup day for the community. Everybody's invited from 8 to 12, I believe it is, Skip?
That's correct.
Is there a rain date since the weather's looking pretty horrible?
Yeah, I heard on the news tonight it might rain, Skip. Is there a rain date or no?
I think they've got a rain date, but they usually wait and see what Saturday's gonna be.
So that we'll know then?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can bring groups of children, you can bring HOAs, you can bring anybody you want. Everything will be furnished, trash bags. What else is, oh, Skip, I wanted to ask you, do you furnish those little sticks where you can pick up the trash?
Yep.
Okay.
They give you gloves.
Gloves, that's the one I
bags,
forgot,
the
yeah.
vest, the safety vest, and the
Okay.
pickup stick. You pick them up out here in front of City Hall. They'll give you a designated area. When you bring your trash, you can leave your bag out by the thing, but then you bring back your stuff. Or you can even leave your stick in your vest at the bag of trash as well. It's very well organized.
Okay, who is organizing this?
Bill from,
Braswell.
Bill Braswell.
Okay.
Now, Skip,
Right.
if it is canceled, how do we know? Because the women's club is donating the bottled water.
Well, the
it's
last
canceled,
weather
then-
report I saw was supposed to rain on Sunday, not Saturday, but they will put something out if they feel convinced that Saturday's out. Yeah. They'll put something out on the city website. That's correct. All wrong.
Thank you.
You'll let us know, Janice? She didn't hear me.
We'll have Bill Braswell to put that on his agenda.
Okay, okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay? Very good. Thank you, Patty. And then we'll move on to Economic Development Committee, Brandon Whitfield.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no actual items, but I do want to put out there we have an Econ and Development Committee meeting Tuesday, March 26th, 1 to 4 p.m. in this room. We're working on the agenda. It should be out sometime soon, out on the website.
Okay. Thank you, Brandon. And we move to City Manager's report.
I have a lot of stuff to talk about, but I'm gonna wait till Thursday.
You sure?
No splash?
We got to vote on it?
Wake up, Harold.
Okay, okay. Just checking. And now we're going to bring on the guy that's got the most to talk about of anybody,
Hadn't done the alcohol.
our city attorney, Paul Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mayor. First item on my agenda is just the new alcohol ordinance. As you recall, got to the end of last year, we kept talking about alcohol. Needed to do an update on your ordinance. We looked at it. It hadn't really had a major overhaul or update in about 15, 20 years. So we went through that process. We had hoped to get it to you last month, but it was a little bit bigger than we expected. But I think that we're in good shape with it now. Of course, we won't take action on it this month. That gives y'all time to look at it, gives staff time to look at it. I'm sure there will be edits. I'm sure there will be changes. I'm sure there will be questions. Should we do this? Should we do that? But after extensive discussion with each of you on sort of what you saw, what you wanted to see, because alcohol ordinances are economic development drivers for local communities. This is the alcohol ordinance you have before you for your consideration. It keeps in place all of the vested rights of alcohol that you had before, meaning you have package sales of both beer and wine and distilled spirits, and you have beer and wine by the drink, and you have distilled spirits or liquor by the drink. And it adds a few more things, such as breweries and distilleries, and it's pretty complex. It's pretty comprehensive. It does a lot of good things based upon the input that you generally said you wanted to see. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. We can get as far into the weeds and the details as you want to this evening. We can get into those on Thursday. Of course, we can also get into them between now and next month. And the other thing that I want to highlight for you is your mid-year. So I know everybody said, we want this, get this updated, we want this, get this updated, and it's ready for you and it's ready to be updated. But if y'all say, we're not ready to pass this yet in April, there's nothing to make y'all pass it in April. This is for y'all's consideration and be ready for you to pass beforehand. I would advise that if we're going to pass a comprehensive update of your alcohol ordinance, we get it passed before we get too late in the year, because that gives staff time to retool, because there's some changes to the processes, really streamlines to try and make it better. So I'm not saying that you have to pass it in April, but y'all said we want it, we want it, we want it, so I got it for you. So, but if y'all get to next month and you're like, what about this, what about this, then you can move it on. I would not suggest passing it beyond sort of midsummer, because your renewal permits will happen in about September, October, and staff needs time to retool and get prepped on sort of, new. Because this is a big change, but a lot of the change is for the purpose of cleaning things up. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, let's plan on a vote in April, and we'll see how it goes.
Since my dog needs to go wee-wee, can we discuss, or maybe you and I discuss and not hold everybody else up? Or, because I do have questions, but I'm tired of questions, and they probably are too.
Sure. We certainly can do questions and discuss it further on Thursday night as well.
Okay.
And we can
I'm good with
discuss
that.
it in more detail in one-on-one meetings as well, or via
Okay.
email as well. So there's plenty of time to work on it. And like I said, there's plenty of time for us to do any tweaks or cleanups for it and be ready to pass it at your April regular meeting on your Thursday meeting. But I just wanted to go ahead and let y'all know, if y'all aren't ready, that's y'all's purview and prerogative. I just would suggest that we get it passed in sort of late spring, early summer, and not wait. So if y'all are ready April, it's ready to go. But yes, we can have plenty of time to ask questions that's not 9:39 at night.
Okay?
I think that's better for my mind and my dog.
Okay?
Next one, your SPLOST IGA. This is standard SPLOST IGA, almost nearly identical to the one that we passed 6 years ago. Of course, percentages change based upon populations. Y'all have already seen those population percentages that Danny presented to you, I guess it was last month, but you will need to take action on this on Thursday. County's already taken action, and some of the cities have already taken action in the February meetings, but the remainder of the cities, which include y'all for Walton County, need to take action in March, because it's due for the vote in the May 21st election.
That's
So the vote's already been called for by the Board of Commissioners, and we need to have the IGA in place. Be happy to answer any questions on this IGA. It's standard. The percentages are based strictly on the 2022 census, and it's in good form, and we've reviewed it.
Just one quick, just for my education more than anything. The 32 mil or whatever it is coming out for the jail, that's Tier 1, is that what you call that?
That's correct. That's a Tier 1 project.
Is that going to be split 6 ways? It's 1/6 every year, or is the 32 million coming out on the front end?
Well, that's actually a pretty nice element that y'all got that the city's got in that negotiation, because technically the county has the authority to go Tier 1 and take Tier 1 first.
That's what I thought.
Before any money. But they have agreed to go Tier 1 on their monthly cash flow payment. I think it's $480,000. So the way that your Tier 1 allocation will work is the first $480,000 countywide of SPLOST proceeds, and of course they come in on about a 60-day trailing basis, but that each month, first 480 or whatever the exact number is, comes off the top over the 72-month period.
Okay.
And then the balance is divided according to basically what I call the pro rata shares, or the population shares, as identified in the exhibits.
Okay,
And
thanks.
y'all's percentage is about 13.5%.
Just for the audience too, this is not a new SPLOST, this is not a new tax. This is a replacement tax. And I got to tell you, a lot of the things that this pays for would be those things that we'd be looking at property taxes if we didn't have this. So,
Well, we have a list of what it's going to pay for.
Huh?
We have a list of Danny.
Yeah, projects.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
y'all have already approved your
Yeah.
spend mix.
Yeah,
So
we did.
it's sort of a vital splosh, really is. Okay? Anything else, Paul?
That's all that I have, Mayor.
Okay. This time, I know the audience has dwindled down a little bit, but we're going to take the public comment, because once we complete this, we go into executive session, and we'll be dealing with the litigation issue and also real estate. So if there's anyone here who would like to make any comments, as far as public comments, you have 5 minutes. Yes, Linda, is that you?
Okay. Hey, Mayor and Council and people that are still here. It is almost time for our pinwheels. They will be displayed this year in front of the American Legion. They have already asked to support this and to have the pinwheels in front of their facility. They had them there last year. Our pinwheels will be put up on April the 5th at 10 o'clock in the morning. So anybody that can come and wants to come to help put up the pinwheels, they're welcome to do that. And what the pinwheels, what this fundraiser does is it provides money for the National Child Abuse Center. And they have 2 facilities in Social Circle, and they really do a really good job. They've been in Walton County for about 15 years now, and all the money that they raise, the pinwheels, they're $5 each if you want to buy a pinwheel, or they're also selling raffle tickets, and I have raffle tickets for sale. They're $20, and the prizes that they're going to get that you can check off for is the first prize is 5 Atlanta Braves tickets or 4 Atlanta United tickets. The second prize is 3 nights at Hilton Head. The third prize is 2 UGA football tickets at the 50-yard line. The fourth prize is a grill, and the fifth prize is 1 night and breakfast at Chateau Elan. So if anybody wants to buy a ticket from me, I'd be glad for them to buy it. And if not, I'd like for you to, at least donate something to them because it's a really good cause and they help a lot of people. They had about 300 children go through their facility last year. So it's a really good cause. They get these kids in when they won't talk to anybody else, but they'll talk to these people, and they have a medical facility there that they give them exams and stuff. So it's a really good
Really
cause.
making an effort to
So,
take care
yeah.
of young kids.
Huh, sir?
Really making an effort to take care of young kids and speak for them when they can't
Absolutely.
speak for themselves.
Absolutely. So I thank you for your time, and if you want a raffle ticket, come see me.
You gonna have those tickets tomorrow night at our meeting?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, I'll buy one then. Terry, you want 6? Come down, mate. Okay. With that said, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to have a motion to end our work session at this point in time. And if we had a motion for that. Okay, we got a motion?
Yeah, let's make a motion to adjourn to executive session, then we'll come back and terminate the work session after we finish our executive session.
All right, so we need a motion to go into executive session. Okay, we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Third.
Did you hear me? I moved to go back.
appreciate
into
you
executive
staying.
session.
Okay, can we have a motion to come out of executive session? Okay, we got a motion. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion second. All in favor of getting the hell out of here? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Meeting adjourned.
No.
You just closed it.
We just did all that.
No, we didn't. We came out of executive.
Dang, y'all getting complicated.
Now you need to adjourn.
Okay, we need a motion to adjourn.
You gotta say
Nobody wants to do that?
no action was taken.
That's right.
No action was taken in executive session. We need a motion to adjourn. We got a motion. We need a second.
Second.
We got, any all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?